less if you will, for the law. And also Ida B. Wells, right? The youngest Black woman, the youngest Black person to own a newspaper, who went down south and recorded the counterfactual, the actual data of the ways in which the law orders and disorders the way we live and die, right? From the womb to the tomb, as Christina might remind us, in the 1800s. And as you know, at that time, there was a lot of excuses for the ways that, or the reasons that Black people were being lynched. Black people were suffering through penectomies. Black people were suffering through mastectomies, getting their breasts and their penises cut off and being lynched and all these terrible, horrible things. But Ida B. Wells goes down there in her 20s and her mid-30s and records the truth, interviews Black people. And so we understand in that moment that what does it mean to bear witness to yourself? So in that spirit, I want to be very quick and very brief before we move on to Danez to give us some words of expression. I wanted to read a piece that was inspired by Christina's work that I wrote a while ago, but it begins with a quote from In the Wake by Christina. It reads, quote, "Living in the wake means living the history and present of terror, from slavery to the present, as the grounds of our everyday Black existence. Living the historically and geographically discontinuous, but always present and endlessly reinvigorated brutality in and on our bodies, while even as that terror is visited on our bodies, the reality of that terror are erased." And the piece reads, title is, "In What of the Black in Black Letter Law, a Black Queer Reflection." We are running out of ways to request other ways to die. We are running out of ways to say, "Stop killing us." We are running out of ways to request, demand, and demonstrate for drinkable water and livable homes. We are running out of ways to make separate but unequal a thing of the past. We are running out of ways to protect our children from bullets. We are running out of ways to birth children safely. We are running out of ways to survive in food deserts. We are running out of ways to evade and avoid police contact, never mind search, seizure, and terror. We are running out of ways to make fortresses of moldy, hurricane-struck, and dilapidated homes. We are running out of ways to make ways out of no way. We are running out of ways to make Black lives more than mere matter or excess collateral. We are running out of ways to live in the wake of an always already looming death. America, KKA, is running out of time to think differently about the Black and Black letter law and how Black living is rendered furtive and strictly scrutinized, always, already. To the lawyer, scholar, and student concerned with equity and social justice, Black life, and especially Black queer life, in present and memory, should and must be understood as a rich and enduring. So if you're not on, there you go, you got it. So you can look at that quick call and response. Uh, should and must be understood as a rich and enduring counter jurisprudence to the narratives of law, justice, and order we are fed as constitutional, historical, and national in fact. Indeed, much of the rhetoric of law and order has served as a public logic to permit and make use of law to disorder and disarray Black living, Black liberty, and Black loving. There are various truths and facts of American life, law, and lawmaking that become self-evident when we study and understand the law and legal process through the long memory of the collective Black community within the United States. It begins with the freedom in a self, one stolen, commodified, and tortured. It continues with rape, dismemberment, forced reproduction, starvation, penectomies, lynchings, brandings, and often unspeakable things considered illegal because Black people are not legal. Black personhood is not merely illegal, it exists outside of the will and possibilities of our Constitution, but also unspeakable. Therefore, there can be no crime against Black people, but only crime against property. A crime against a Black, or a slave was only crime insofar as it was considered a harm to their putative owner. Yet, of course, such an owner cannot be held to account for harm against himself. Therefore, the terrorization of the enslaved was merely an owner exercising his free will. Here, with Christina's work, we can understand how Black people, who are not fully considered people, have come to exist as both in and outside of law, inside of its reach for disciplinary purposes, but outside of its protective shield or concerns. The plantation and the entire nation come to operate as scenes of subjection, as Zakiyyah would remind us, subordination and surveillance for Black people. The fact is remade over and over and over again throughout space and time. The fugitive slave law allowed for willy-nilly abduction, abuse, and sales of free and formerly enslaved Black folks on the description of appearing as absconded property. Black people were fungible then, as we are now, often fitting the description. The 13th Amendment abolished slavery except for the commission of a crime, allowing for the promulgation of the convict leasing system, and later a penal system that operates largely on the free labor of Black people, convicted using the same policing strategies of post-Reconstruction era vagabond laws, where sitting, walking, standing, or gathering were either crimes or seen as criminal. These are the afterlives of slavery, precedents of anti-Blackness, and the facts and cases that make up a communal Black understanding about the role and meaning of law and order in America. The rupture between the normative understanding of the sanctity of the U.S. Constitution and American law and that of the Black experience is not new to Black folks. Yet it appears that the killing of Trayvon Martin by a deputized vigilante for the crime of walking with sweet tea and Skittles, the wanton shooting of Tatiana Jefferson during an unannounced wellness check as she was playing PlayStation with her young nephew, the negligent murder of Breonna Taylor, the assassination of Mike Brown, the point-blank murder of Philando Castile after dutifully informing the officer of his registered gun in the glove compartment in front of his partner and young child, the actions of Barbecue Becky, Amy Cooper, the repeated druggings, rapes, attempted rapes, and murders of Black queer men like Jamel Moore, Timothy Dean, and DeMar Love, among many others, by Ed Buck, and the arrest and harassment of Monica Jones for walking while trans, have begun to uncover the Black experience with law and its enforcement in America, aka for white and other non-Black people who are either unaware, incapable, or care or squeezing their eyes shut with studied commitment. As a nation, we have had moments of collective clarity before, but this moment offers a singular opportunity to revisit our foundational aspirations, particularly our Constitution and our day-to-day interpersonal interpretations, to ensure that Black and Black queer life is not only included among all those deemed equal and equitable, but also central to the analysis and understanding of what equality is and what it ain't. In other words, it is time that we begin to legislate, problem solve, and recreate a constitution that recenters and prioritizes a Black and Black queer gaze. Because when Black queer folk are free, in all the beauty of our diversity and differences and contradictions, so too is everyone else, or so goes the adage. It is time we engender a critical gaze and a constitution and framework and a way of interacting with one another that requires this much as its floor. So with that, I would like to welcome and introduce our opening speaker, Danez Smith, who is, of course, one of the greatest folks I've met, but a good friend of mine. Danez was born in St. Paul, Minnesota. They are the author of Don't Call Us Dead, 2017, which was the finalist for the National Book Award. Insert Boy, 2014, winner of the Lambda Literary Award and the Kate Tufts Discovery Award, and the chapbook Hands on Your Knees from Penmanship Books in 2013. Smith is the recipient of fellowships from the McKnight Foundation, Cave Canem, Voices of Our Nation, aka Vonum, and elsewhere. They are a founding member of the multi-genre, multicultural Dark Noise Collective. Their writing has appeared in many magazines and journals, such as Poetry, Plowshare, the Beloit Poetry Journal, and Kinfolks. In Poetry Slam, Smith is a 2011 individual World Poetry Slam finalist and the reigning two-time Rust Belt, shout out to the Midwest, individual champion, and was on the 2014 championship team Sad Boy Supper Club. In 2014, they were the festival director for the Brave New Voices International Youth Poetry Slam and were awarded a Ruth Lilly and Dorothy Sargent Rosenberg Poetry Fellowship from the Poetry Foundation. Smith earned their BA from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, where they were a first-wave urban arts scholar. From 2017 to 2021, they were the co-hosts of the Poetry Foundation's podcast, Yes. And with that, I turn it over to my dear kinfolk, Sib over here, Danez Smith.
Thank you, sister brother Anansi. I appreciate that. Where'd you find that bio? That was a little old. I was hearing stuff. I was like, I forgot I had that job. Oh my God.
Well, try, you didn't send it to me, so I had to go Google it.
Look,
You know,
I didn't. I probably missed the email somewhere. I'm good for that. But I was like, oh, good Lord, I forgot I had these positions and had these things, but it was good. Thank you. Thank you for that wonderful opening. I have to say, y'all, I'm not normally nervous, but I'm extremely nervous today. I am a tremendous fan of Dr. Christina Sharpe, and have never had the pleasure to be in the same space, but I feel elated to be invited to just share some words of appreciation and affirmation for Dr. Sharpe. All right, I wrote a little thing and I was gonna read a little thing. I think I'll read the little thing first that I wrote that was inspired by Dr. Sharpe before I get into some more words of thank you and gratitude. Um, so this poem that I'll start out with started the night or a couple days after Will Smith slapped the taste out of Chris Rock's mouth. And it was just taking over the conversation. I just couldn't stop thinking about it either, so I had to write about it. Um, and it found its ending not long after the publishing of Ordinary Notes, when Dr. Sharpe did a beautiful interview. I believe was with Lit Hub. And there was a line in there about the difference between, or about the relationship between grief and guilt, that helped this poem come into its final shape for me. So thank you, Dr. Sharpe, for that. This is my for my new collection. I feel like your handprint, the influence of your mind, is very heavy on this book.
With Danez, sorry, honey. Show us the book. So
Oh yeah. Here, oh wait, hold up. It's a new webcam.
what's it called? What's the new collection?
Bluff. It's
Yes.
called Bluff. It'll be out in October, or not October. I'm lying. It's out in like 2 weeks. August 20th. It hits the streets. Um, yeah, this poem is called The Slap. There's no love there, so the words won't come. Or it's not my love, so I can't speak on it. And my hands knew before my brain, which sent me here to capture some faulty papers flung into electric space about the hand meeting the face and how somehow this sets black folks back into the fields and up the trees. I want black people free from my decisions. I want my actions to be mine and useful. I wish my cruelty to wither, and hopefully my karma has come. Yuck. The things I said about black women in public, things that were overheard or deleted, things I meant to harm, and things I said because I was taught to say them. I am a faulty ally. I've thrown hands to defend, yes, but I've also fired those bulleted words. I knew which insults would hit and said them. Someone has the receipts, the scar. I called Tanya, so beautiful and so kind, Tanya, who was good to me and who I loved, dark in a way meant to hurt, and it did. Her disappointment haunted me for years. I was so small when I said it, so grown by the time it left my dreams. There was my proof. I too could hurt the people. What good, bless you. What good was me wailing on my grandfather's face or to allow her off the floor if already I had begun to turn his evils into traditions? At the end of my action was a black girl crying, Someone should have knocked me out. I wish I was better earlier. I wish a world where black women are safe. Sweet wish. I am starward now. This is my goodbye. My apology will be distance, but distance would mean to live a life with no black women, which is a life with no heart or heaven. I'm guilty, yes, but guilt is what I feel, no. It's grief that whelms me. What light did I kill in a black girl? What soft, original part of me had to die for me to hurt her? What brutal fraternity did I invite to pilot my hands and tongue? What dies when a black girl cries? And what gains an arm? No, not distance. Keep me here and let me fumble into life as a steward of your peace. My prayer, may the world be a black girl's cake. My promise, or burn it down. Ooh, okay. Um, Thank y'all for that. I think okay, so I don't know why, but I don't maybe the title of this is just nothing ordinary. Um, there's a difference, I think, for us writers, a slight syntactic difference between asking, "Did you read a book?" and "Have you read a book?" When somebody asks you, "Did you read something?" it comes with the tone of gossip, it's chit chat, it's low stakes and unbothered. Did you see that thing that such and such published? But when somebody asks you, "Have you read a book?" What they are implying is that there is imperative and essential information that you are missing, that someone is seeing into you and seeing a need, a link, and offering a good news, a sermon that you need to hear. In the Wake was one of those have you read books for me. Slow originally I would hear it popping up in a lecture, or friends talking, amongst writers about what books have really transformed them lately. And it very quickly became apparent to me that this was a book that I needed to get my hands on, because everybody that I loved and admired and was meeting new in the world as new kin and new family with excited minds about the past and the future was pointing to this book. Writers pass it to each other. Activists and scholars think and dream different in the aftermath of that book's transformation. For me personally, wake work has become a lens through which I can see and reorient myself in the world. By thinking about the work that we do in the wake, I have become a better teacher, a better writer, a better community member, a better son and grandson, a better brother, a better lover, and a better human. Ordinary Notes is another have you read it book. I found myself sending passages to friends as I first read and revisit that book. I send passages to my siblings and to my mother about the book's lesson about Black care and how we can see and be there for one another in family and communal senses. I find myself sending my students those clips from the to the Living Dictionary that is started in that collection. Sorry, book collection. I think I sometimes say collection for Dr. Sharpe's work because I see the poet in there. More on that later. I find myself sending my friends and my collaborators the sections that spark something for me about black imagination. When it comes to the memory work that goes on in there, I find myself sending stuff to everybody. And most intimately, I think there's something about Black folks who have been to Berlin, and been to Germany, who I call a special kinship, that you get there and you see those memorials. That has always felt like a secret amongst a couple of friends that I traveled to Europe with all those years ago. And I found myself particularly sending the sections, thinking about Black memorial work to them as we think about how do we build a people that knows and remembers and has witness and evidence of that. We are all ruptured by the raw power of your attention, Dr. Sharpe. If I may say so, it feels to me that you are somebody who is very, very good at paying attention, which I think is a trait that links the greatest thinkers and world shifters across the ages. Your work to me has been the opportunity to reorient myself in a world so ravaged by violence on violence on violence. And amongst the chaos and the sinister systems, You are a reminder that there is this oasis of love, a real place that offers us respite, but also a chance to plot our ways forward and through that chaos. So I thank you, Dr. Sharpe, for paying attention, for your mind and its focus. Thank you for loving Black folks. Thank you for loving the past. Thank you for loving the future, for offering us ways through and how to transform our relationships to both. Thank you for the way that you write, so clear, so brilliant, so sound, and never suffering from what sometimes feels like the choked linguistics of scholarly work. In your work, I see the intention of great poets and essayists like Lord and Baldwin and Jordan. I feel when I am reading you that I am reading someone who knows the radical possibility of a thought meeting your mind, and I feel the powerful intent to see, encourage, and transform the reader when I ride the syntax and thoroughness of your work. Congratulations on this award. Congratulations on all you do. Thank you for the brilliant alchemy that you have brought to our lives. And I hope that we can lay at least a little bit of flowers at your feet in order to thank you for all the incredible, incredible transformations that you offer us and all of our possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Danez. I'm never not moved when you get up to the mic.
No, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, thank you, thank you for being here. And I just want to note that, Dr. Sharpe is speaking in the chat, but they do have a migraine. So they're not going to be on camera the whole day. They will when they give their remarks, but they are thankful they are here, they are present, but they're just not able to be on camera for the full day because, care work and work begins with you. It begins at home. And so they are practicing that on today. So they are there in the chat getting their gratitude as well. So our next section is our first roundtable. It's called Contending with the Hold, Anti-Blackness as Precedent. And I will read the bios in a second, but I also have to put up folks on the pinned screen. So let me read the names and then give me a few moments and I'll begin reading the bios. But at first, we will be joined by Professor Zakiyyah Iman Jackson. I'm so sorry. If you're off mute, please be on mute, unless you're one of the roundtable folks or unless you're speaking, because we do get that little echo there. And I will also ask you to please, if you're here joining us, put your name on your profile. So we know that who we're communing with, who we're breaking bread with. Not only so we don't have any random folks that probably should not be here and trying to spam us and be strange, but also if you say something that is heartfelt, if you say something that sticks to somebody's ribs, like grits back home, they can reach out to you. They can be in community. They can connect with you. So please, 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 if your name is iPhone 1 through 15 or 7 or 30, please put your real name up there or the name that you like to be known by. And if you're off mute, please remain on mute. So again, I'm going to read the names from those that will be on this next roundtable. And then after that, I will go ahead and read the bios as well. So as I'm reading your names, just know that you're coming up next. And we'll get to it in a second. So for contending with the hold, we have anti-blackness as precedent. We have professors Zakiyyah Iman Jackson, one of my favorite people in the world. Also, the big homie Anthony Farley. Myself, we have Professor J.B. Pratt. We have Ciji Dodds. Ciji, if I'm saying your name wrong, please, please, please correct me when I get to your bio. We have Professor Danielle Purifoy, and we also have my good sister Jameelah Morris, my former RA and brilliant student, and Christina Rinaldo, Isaac Manchego, and oh, sorry, Henry. I love you, baby, but we got to get to that mute. It's a beautiful thing, beautiful thing. Um, and then we also have my good brother, who's a policy expert, Andre Fields, an organizing expert as well. So I'm just gonna start pinning y'all to the top. And then I'm gonna go ahead and read your bio. So y'all, if we let's just start in 5 minutes. Give me like 5 minutes. Get some water. We'll start at 10:30 or 9:30, wherever you're at. 11:30 if you over somewhere else. But just give me a moment to get situated. We'll start in about 5 minutes. I'm gonna go ahead and pin the panelist and queue up all of the bios that we need here. All right, so let's just get started here. Give folks a couple seconds to come on back in the room. And then I will do introductions for this round table here. And for those of you that are in the audience, please remember to stay on mute. I did have the settings set to where people come in on mute, but Zoom does what it wants to do apparently, and it's just doing its big one right now. But for those of you in the audience that are not on the roundtable, the way this is set up is I'm going to read a brief piece of people's bios, and then from there, each person will give a 1 to 5 minute reflection just on their interaction with the work, particularly how it kind of goes with the theme of the roundtable. And from there, we will kind of have a round robin conversation. People will be engaging with one another. I will give a little moderation, but really we want this to be organic. And then the last piece of it, we'll also have an open moment for question and answers. But if while people are speaking, you have a reaction, you have a thought, you have a question, you have an intervention, put it in the chat. We will be monitoring that. We want the chat to be an iterative space. So please, 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 even if it's not the time to kind of come off camera and ask a question or give your intervention or give an iterative thought or reflection, please put it in the chat because we will be monitoring that. And so with that, I'm going to begin with our first introduction. Professor Zakiyyah Iman Jackson. They're an incoming associate professor of critical theory and the Department of Literature at Duke University. Professor Jackson is the author of Becoming Human, one of my favorite books, Matter and Meaning in an Anti-Black World. They're the winner of that piece was the winner of the Harry Levin First Book Prize from the American Comparative Literature Association, the Gloria Anzaldúa Book Award from the National Women's Studies Association, and the Lambda Literary Book Award for LGBTQ Studies. Her research explores the literary and aesthetic aspects of Western philosophical and scientific discourse and investigates the engagement of African diasporic literature, film, and visual arts with the historical concerns, knowledge, claims, and rhetoric of Western science and philosophy. Professor Jackson is at work on a second book, tentatively titled Obscure Light, Blackness and the Derangement of Sex and Gender. Oh, I'm looking forward to that, sis. The project provides a critique of biocentrism or biological reductionism and determinism and elucidates what Jackson describes as the indistinction of sex/gender, and race. It argues that anti-Blackness constitutes the bedrock of modern Western logics of sex/gender and meditates on the transfiguring potentialities of Blackness. Her articles can be found on her website, ZakiyyahImanJackson.com. And I'm going to copy and paste that in the chat so y'all have it. So just give me 1 second to do that before I forget. Okay. And here's the link to Professor Jackson's work here. Next we have the great legendary Anthony Paul Farley. Anthony Paul Farley is the Matthews Distinguished Professor of Jurisprudence at the Albany Law School rather. Previously, he was the Peter Rodino Distinguished Visiting Professor at Rutgers Newark, the Jefferson Endowed Chair at Texas Southern University's Thurgood Marshall School of Law, the last of a distinguished visiting professor at the University of Kentucky, the Hayward Burns Chair in Civil Rights at CUNY, and tenured associate professor at Boston College Law School. Prior to academia, he was an assistant U.S. attorney in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia, and a corporate associate with Shearman and Sterling in New York City. Their recent essays have appeared in Anti-Blackness, Jung and Costa Vargas edited, at Duke University 2021, Hamilton and the Law in 2020, Abandon Global History International Law, Hip Hop and the Law, After the Storm, Black Intellectuals Explore the Meaning of Hurricane Katrina, The Washington Post, and elsewhere. They are a member of the American Law Institute and a member of the Board of Governors of the Society of American Law Teachers. Farley's law review work was cited as the inspiration in the New York Times profile of M. Lamar's avant-garde opera, Funeral, Doom, Spiritual, on January 12, 2017. Anthony Paul Farley, as some of you know, is one of the most kind of prolific interdisciplinary scholars of Black life in the law to this date. So very happy to have them. Next, we have Dr. J.B. Pratt, who is a passionate advocate for human rights, justice, violence reduction, and they're award-winning public speaker, community organizer, writer, and professor from Albany, Georgia. Dr. Pratt received their bachelor's degree in psychology from Morehouse College and their PhD in criminology, law, and society at UC Irvine. Their dissertation was entitled, ooh, that's out of my language. All right, Terror of Violence in the Capital of Southern Black Belt, which explores the ways culture, the law, and its enforcement and other structures shape the meanings and applications of violence in the American South. His work continues to advance the understanding of intersections of race, violence, and the cultural desire and expectations associated with the American dream. Along with her academic work, Dr. Pratt has also provided expert commentary on local and national news outlets, and has also moderated and served on panels for Harvard Kennedy School, Morehouse College, the University of California Office of the President, the NAACP, and numerous others. So Dr. Pratt is busy. Their teaching is equally as important as their activist and scholarly work to them. While a professor in the Criminal Justice Department at Albany State University, they won the 2019 Emerging Scholar Award, recognizing their work and interest in building critical scholars prepared for the future. Presently, Dr. Pratt is Associate Professor of Criminal Justice at Fisk University, where he serves as the coordinator of the Homeland Security and Criminal Justice programs. Lastly and finally, they operate the Justice Propulsion Lab, which develops collaborative research for undergraduates on topics related to justice, race, culture, and violence. Ciji Dodds, Ciji, wonderful to finally meet you. Their scholarship exposes hidden structures within the law and how they sustain domestic and international systems of white supremacy. Specifically, she interrogates the degree to which the law retains vestiges of slavery, colonialism, and imperialism. Thus, her scholarship is grounded in race in the law, constitutional law, criminal law, and legal history. Utilizing an interdisciplinary approach, Ciji is currently engaging in three lines of scholarship. First, she is analyzing the form and function of the rule of law to ascertain the existence of pathological, racialized structural violence within the legal system. Secondly, she is engaged in reconceptualizing the legal definition of violence to reimagine remedies for victims of violence. Third, she is systemically identifying badges and incidents of slavery. Ciji's scholarship, her scholarly objectives are to produce a body of work comprised of novel legal frameworks and to challenge the legal academy's traditional understandings of scholarship. Professor Dodds is an associate professor of law and peace and conflict studies at Albany Law. They received their BA from UNC Chapel Hill, and like me, my alma mater sister went to Howard University School of Law, and she graduated cum laude. Shout out to you. Next, we have Danielle, Professor Danielle Purifoy. They're an assistant professor in the Department of Geography at UNC Chapel Hill. UNC is showing up today, and a faculty project lead at the UNC Environmental Justice Action, rather, Research Clinic. They completed a PhD in environmental politics and African American studies at Duke, and earned a B in English and political science from Vassar, and a JD from Harvard Law School. Their current research traces the roots of contemporary environmental conditions in the U.S. South, specifically in Black towns dating back to the post-antebellum era. The post-bellum era. They've also written about the legal dimensions of environmental justice and equity in food systems. They are the former race place editor for Scallywag, a magazine devoted to Southern politics and culture, and the former board chair of the North Carolina Environmental Justice Network. And they currently serve on the board of directors of Inside Climate News. So thank you for joining us. Next, we have one of my oldest and dear friends, one of the first people I met Professor Sharpe with, Jameelah Imani Morris. Jameelah is a PhD candidate in social and cultural anthropology at Stanford University. Her dissertation research investigates the impacts of state violence on Black community and Black communities rather, and responses to them across generations in Colombia. Against the backdrop of neoliberal tourism development in Cartagena, it examines gendered anti-Black state violence and intergenerational social movements as processes that produce Black youth as political subjects. Her work has been supported by the Social Science Research Council and by the Fulbright Hayes program. She received her BA in International Relations and Spanish from Tufts University and a Master of Arts in Anthropology from Stanford. Next, we have one of my former students and research assistants who is, like I said, is a kind of Christina Sharpe aficionado here, an expert, if you will, Isaac Manchego. They're a rising 3L Mitchell Hamlin School of Law in St. Paul, and they represent the 3L class of the Black Law Students Association. Currently, they're a law clerk at the Hennepin County Public Defender's Office. And they served as a law clerk in the Youth Prosecution Division at that same office while working as my own research assistant, studying intersectionality of race and sexuality, also examining the Supreme Court's affirmative action and privacy cases. Beginning last summer until this year, they served as a certified student practitioner at Owatonna's Public Defender Office, and they're the 2023 recipient of the Hennepin County Bar Foundation Scholarship and second place winner of the Federal Bar Association's 2023 Honorable Constant Baker Motley's essay competition, the first Black woman, if you don't know, to be appointed as a federal judge. Next, we have Andre Fields, one of my dear friends. Andre Fields is a seasoned political and social impact strategist, organizer, and consultant, and policy expert with over 15 years of advocacy experience. He has been instrumental in advancing progressive policies across various areas, including voting rights, criminal justice reform, healthcare, and reproductive justice. Committed to finding innovative solutions and building alliances, he collaborates with like-minded individuals to counter the current conservative agenda. Passionate about creating a more equitable world, he works tirelessly to empower people of all ethnicities, races, sexualities, gender identities, classes, and generations, aiming to dismantle the pillars of white supremacy and capitalism. Andre Fields, everyone. And that is, I believe, am I missing anyone here? I have to go back to my notes. I think that is all I have for bios for our lovely panel. And I want to leave it up to all of you to jump around as you will for your opening remarks. So if anyone wants to begin, just go ahead. And I'm just going to pin a couple more people to the stage. I believe I'm missing Isaac.
I'm happy to go first.
Yeah.
Can everybody hear me? I'm using new headphones. Yes. Okay. First, I have to make this small. Thank you so much, Anansi Wilson, for inviting me to speak with all of you today. I am also very nervous. And it is really a delight to be with all of you today. And so many of you, I know your work and admire your work. And so it's really lovely to be able to gather with you here today. Thank you, Christina, for the work. You know, what I'm going to say is not at all sufficient, but just the beginning of, I think, a kind of rolling form of gratitude. So I'm going to jump right in. I have 2 pages, so I'm going to jump right in and try to get through them quickly. So today, my comments will connect the thematic of this panel, anti-Blackness as precedent, with what Sharpe terms the afterlife of partis sequitur ventrum, by underscoring what she describes as, quote, the tension between being and instrumentality, end quote, produced in the wake. Legal representations of the enslaved served as a maximally exploitable precursory metaphor in the expansion of US property law. If legal metaphors would suggest likeness and analogy by leveraging the indeterminacy of Blackened being, metaphors' metonymic underpinnings would link by association a phantasmagoric metaphysical Blackness to the wombs of some. Together, such an order of metaphor and metonymy would incarnate myth. Slave law interdicted Black maternity from a claim to rights, only for property rights law to usurp and dissimulate Black maternal function. Partis sequitur ventrum, the non/status, to quote Sharpe here, of the slave passed down the maternal line. The reproduction of property law, which is to say, the reproduction of partis, is predicated on an anti-Black misogynist principle of heredity that voids the capacity of motherhood via mythologizing a biologically essentialist conception of sex difference, sexual differences, that racializes sexual appetites and arrogates gestational capacity. The violent abstraction, again, to quote Sharpe, of the slave's natality, as articulated by slave law's matrilineal principle, was conceptually and rhetorically used as proxy, extending the labor of a sexually racist myth of sex difference and maternity into fields such as intellectual property, contract, artificial intelligence, and animal law, cementing a matrilineal principle as the urtext of contemporary logics of property. The law's prior nullification of the claim of Black motherhood was the threshold for the pretense of derivation and metaphoric transfers of the slave's non-status in the emergence of these areas of law. Jennifer Morgan's Laboring Women, Reproduction and Gender in New World Slavery reveals that Black gestational speculation was central to all facets of labor in New World slavery. Such mathematics were not only indispensable for the rise of the plantation economy, but also constitutive of the racially circumscribing classificatory symbolics of woman, mother, and family. Such terms are prefigured by an anti-Blackness that idealizes each as the property of whiteness and pendulates Blackness in and as a space without proper sexual and gendered terms. The projected unique capacity of Black females to toil endlessly was indispensable to the ideology supporting racial slavery, as Black females' so-called natural affinity with toil metonymically suggested that slavery complemented all Black people. However, the fertility of Blackened females was greatly undercut by the condition of their labor. Mortality rates were high among laborers, as many slaves survived less than a decade. Far from progenitive abundance, New World slavery was characterized by barrenness due to the combination of physical and psychological toll that slavery had on the body and the slave's own attempts at reproductive control. Nevertheless, Blackened gestation was inheritable property and the locus of the economy, as terms such as increase and produce were commonplace amongst slave owners. As the capture of novelty, by what Sharpe terms the afterlife of partis sequitur ventrum, presses upon legal frameworks to expand the realm of property and rights, law as self-referential institution continually builds on and reestablishes the instrumentalization of Black maternity, as, to use Sharpe's term, transit point. Thus, as a subject that, quote, appears only to be made to disappear, end quote. The precedence of nullified Black motherhood and preempted gestation shapes the development of U.S. property law writ large. As Stephen Best notes, quote, the borrowing of forms and metaphoric transfer are strategies common to legal reasoning, and within property law in particular, these strategies find expression in the drawing of analogies between emergent property forms and old ones, end quote. Law would turn captive gestation into a seemingly limitless iterative analog for the establishment of emergent forms of property. Thus, the state conferred life based on the projection of enslaved maternity as infinite capacitation and immortal life. As law generated new forms of life, it multiplied property, ironically producing the fecundity customarily attributed to Blackness by a myth of sex difference and its capacities. The ritualistic use of cultural and legal representations of the slave to regulate the expanding field of property relations took for granted and reinforced the slave's degraded non-status and contested humanity. Both rights advocates and juridical bodies relied on the slave and slave welfare law as a proxy for the problem of exploitation of the non-human in the juridical creation of both the animal and artificial intelligence. Perhaps not surprising considering robot is a Czech word for slave. Enslaved maternity as animate property was a metonym for Blackness through which the state would establish and regulate subsequent forms of what we might term vital property. For 19th century animal advocates, the slave was already for 19th century animal advocates, the slave was already paradigm for vital property. The enslaved became hypostatized as personhood's delimitation, an indefatigable thought experiment, and heuristic for defining exploitation, as slave welfare law became a model for the establishment of animal welfare law. The historical production of the slave, her ontological non-status, is a foundational aporia that reverberates across the entire field of US property law. The vexed ontology of slave non-status problematizes the presumed ontology of metaphor, as the walls that divide simple and material, human and animal, human and machine, and life and non-life are eroded by the socioeconomic and legal arrangement of slavery. We typically gender the law masculine because of its legislative and disciplinary capabilities. The exclusive sovereign right to, quote, to make, live, or let die, end quote, as Michel Foucault would put it. But what about the law's creative capability? Law both regulates and gives life. What law establishes, when law establishes new forms of legal life, it often substitutes one form of life for another. When advocates, legislatures, and courts claim that they are defending those treated like slaves, they effectively generate racialized progeny, disavowing the sexual and reproductive violence that subtends property's anti-Black metaphoricity. However, to identify the underlying anti-Black logic of precedent may be a preliminary step to refusing, rather than assuming, its biologically essentialist, sex-phobic, and misogynistic terms of descent, hypodescent. Precedent invites the ponderance of a wider field of reproductive activity that subverts, though reliant upon, the privileging of biology, the individual, and sexual reproduction. If the anti-Blackness of sexual differences and family preempts the assumption of categories of gender, sex, and sexuality as innate in all instances, not merely the so-called Black instance, then perhaps it is worth considering the value of harnessing such a proscription, not merely to subvert the mystical foundation of motherhood, femininity, and woman, but to displace anti-Blackness's hold on generativity in symbol and practice altogether. Such a commitment might provide sustenance for the pursuit of the other side of the horizon of gender's anti-Black empire of proper names and relations. Although the fuller significance of vital properties' metaphorical capacitation is gained through historical contextualization, it resists historical periodization. Thus, the vitalization of property belongs not to historical description, but rather to an inherited atemporal myth, even as it is carried through a legal procedural violence characterized by dynamism, reorganization, and metamorphosis. It is through historicization, rather than simply in opposition to history, that the mythic time of anti-Black gestational violence is carried over in the making of one generation to the next in the wake. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Zakiyyah, so much. That was beautiful. Whoever wants to jump in next, just go ahead and jump in.
Well, I'm happy to. I'm going to restrict myself to 5 minutes, so there might be a big alarm indicating that I'm a liar if I go past 5. I thought I would honor the great invitation to join this group from T. Anansi Wilson, this group honoring Christina Sharpe, with a passage from something that's forthcoming of mine, Bread and Roses, The Soul of Man After Capitalism. That's the working title. And it's a coming together, as you might glean from the title, of my own IWW links with Oscar Wilde's idea of what socialism could make the world. A rose is a rose is a rose is a rose, and roses are red, red like blood, red like Mars or Barsoom or Bologna, red like the first, second, third, or fourth communist internationals. Roses are red like the future, from each according to ability, to each according to need. This is an old lesson, a lesson of infinite abundance, as Karl Marx's futurological forays into Matthew 25 made startlingly clear. Capitalism entered the garden, dripping from head to foot from every pore with blood and dirt, to replace art and love and beauty with lack. Infinite diversities were hidden by the sameness of the working day, the commodity, and money. Abundance was everywhere silenced, everywhere forgotten. 7 seas were filled with blood. Entire peoples were crucified along with their languages, their philosophies, their eschatologies. The blood shed at the dawn of the Capitalocene, mass murder beyond all possibility of comprehension, and the crown of thorns wrapped round Earth's imagined corners was and remains beyond memory. I hope you all are following the astonishing set of literary references I just made. I want to point out my own cleverness in the absence of a sort of live feedback. This was all, this all was and remains beyond memory. All of it was turned into money, turned into fungibility, turned into 30 pieces of silver, turned into coins bearing the face of some Caesar or other, turned into the stuff of all the kingdoms of all the world, all the political economies, and none of it ever stopped. All of it endlessly repeats as law, as equality, as due process of law, as equal protection of the law. What hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood cries out onto me from the ground. So going all the way back to Genesis. And quite cleverly, now going to Walter Rodney's essays on groundings with my brothers. It was in the lectures he gave to the Rastafarians in Jamaica when the bourgeoisie of Jamaica wanted him to remain on the UWI campus and then kicked him out of Jamaica right after. It was in the slave system on the slave plantation that the fantastic gap between master and slave was translated into a feeling on the part of the white slave master that he...
You've muted yourself, Anthony.
What is that song? How long has this been going on? How long was I muted? What was the last cool thing I said?
It was
It's
maybe,
just about 5 seconds.
yeah. Also, Christina's voice coming in like the voice of God is really something.
Perfect, fantastic. Well, Walter Rodney. Did I mention Walter Rodney? Speaking to the Rastafarians in the government yard down in Trenchtown. Said it was in the slave system on the slave plantation that the fantastic gap between master and slave was translated into a feeling on the part of the white slave master that he had inherently to be superior to the black who was toiling out in the field. Nothing survived primitive accumulation. I call it the original accumulation. I also call it the primal scene of accumulation. Nothing survives the fantastic gap between master and slave that is the inaugural event of capitalism. The field is not the garden. The garden is gone. The thing that now surrounds us is somewhere else entirely, an entirely different nature with its own laws, the first of which is forgetting. Ghosts given up, we, the revenants of the original accumulation, find ourselves marked as white over black and possessed by lack. The original accumulation is a universe apart from the universe, a world apart from the gone world. The original accumulation is a fantastic gap, Death's dream kingdom, and it has, as any bubble universe has, laws governing its peculiar nature, including a law that it be regarded as all there is, or all that there could possibly be. Thou shalt have no other universe before me, say the Spinozas of capitalist reality, capitalist unreality. Time and space and causality have the violence as we understand them, as we use them to understand what's going on around us, have the violence of the original accumulation as their point zero. Sightless, unless the eyes reappear as the perpetual star, multifoliate rose of death's twilight kingdom, the hope only of empty men. That's what we've got going on in this capitalist unreality. Sightless, we see nothing of the real. After the original accumulation, the world is not the world. There is the gone world, and then there is this world, this unreality that presents itself as the only world that has ever been, as the only world that there is, as the only world that will ever be. The, quote, eyes reappear. In this unreal space and in this unreal time, within this unreal web of causality, because of and through the fantastic gap, that fantastic gap between the master and the slave. Time and space and causality, because I'm going after a big game here. Time and space and causality are not real in and of themselves. They are what we ourselves, obviously it's a Kantian follow-up, they are what we ourselves impose on the multifoliate rose to make it intelligible to ourselves, intelligible within the fantastic gap that is behind our eyes. Within the fantastic gap, we see through a glass darkly. But then we see face to face. Now I know in part, but then I shall know even as I am known. But what we see now through a glass darkly is what we see through all the rules laid out before us as the rules of seeing laid out before us by this original accumulation, by the laws that spew or spawn or radiate outward from it. Like we see things as they appear within this reality of the things as they are, however, things as they were in the garden, we see and can know nothing. We can only rely on its existence by faith, and it's faith that we should have. As the Reverend Dr. David Holder of the New York Covenant Church, I'm not particularly religious, but I had a moment listening to one of his lectures, says, our salvation is not vulnerable. Right? Throughout the Christian's Gospels, it says, fear not. Because our salvation is not vulnerable. It may be, as Martin Luther King said, Good Friday now, but Easter is coming. Having faith that Easter is coming gives us faith to ignore all the rules spat out at us by our rich capitalist overlords and make our own. Exit this tomb, this thing within which we are entombed, and emerge as the living. We are the dead now, right? Anyone who's taken a course on political economy and not its critique understands that we are the dead, objects whose power to labor is sold, is made fungible, objects made abject by the racialization, like not enough to turn us into workers, but to turn us into kind of commodity that is the commodity of other commodities, the black worker, right? Everything is bad. a force like gravity beyond the power of legislation, working night and day to automatically separate the people into poor serf toilers and rich capitalistic overlords. It's the same power that made the aristocracy of Greece, the plutocracy of Rome, the feudal lords of the Middle Ages, and it's the same power that is making our kind of final plutocracy today. I inserted the word final, but that was a quote from Charles Erskine Scott Woods' essay, What's the Matter with Labor, from The Blast, Volume 1, Number 2, January 22nd, 1916. So never let it be said that I'm not current in my research about what's going on with capital. We have another way. The other way is easy once we have faith that our salvation is not vulnerable.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Farley. We love it. We love the alliteration. I love when people use scripture to indict white Christian racial capitalism. So that's always a moment. Who would like to go next? Pop in, pop
I'll
in.
jump in. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be in this space, and thank you, Professor Sharpe and my good friend, when we were graduate school babies, Professor Wilson. It's so good to be in this space. I wanted to know so much about violence, and they weren't talking about it right. So in graduate school, I entered in with this notion of wanting to really get to the roots of violence in the Southern Black Belt, Albany, Georgia being my hometown, this Black ass space that wrestled with violence, that was the murder capital of America in 1989. And I really wanted to understand, how could this place be so violent? But they weren't talking about it right. And it was right after I had finished my master's thesis and was getting ready to propose my dissertation that I encountered in the wake that gave me permission to rethink how we saw ourselves and how we saw violence. And it was in a time of this intense emotional and intellectual challenge that I needed a framework. I was stuck in this notion of Southern cultural violence and these other theories that were more normative that took violence and Blackness for granted. And it was at this critical juncture that, as I mentioned, I encountered in the wake that gave me the language of atmosphere and weather and the hold and the wake, and gave me permission to develop my own understanding of land and space, which led me to develop this notion, or borrow this notion, of terroir, this notion of the creation and cultivation of wine, and how the atmosphere and people and all of these things come together to cultivate space, and apply that to this notion of Blackness and violence. And so I'm so grateful for this work, for opening my eyes to be able to see and re-see my body in space, in this Black space that was poorly talked about, extending from W.B. Du Bois establishing this notion of Albany being the capital of the Southern Black Belt. And so her work helped me to rethink, how was Albany and Blackness and the American dream all co-constituent, built together in this early phase, right? And so it helped me to frame my dissertation to really think about, what are these originary markers of the body being property? And how did the body being property in these early times in Albany shape all the institutions and all of our knowings in this space up until today? And then, along with the scenes of subjection, it gave me, again, permission to be episodic and really think about these key periods, but not lose track of how the weather, how atmosphere passed along through generation and passed through time and framed what we know and how we know. And then even more, and we can go more into this as we talk, it shaped how I saw, of course, criminology and criminal justice. I hated this notion of criminal justice, even though I teach in the Department of Criminal Justice. Hated this notion. And when I was brought to Fisk to build up and shape this criminal justice and now Homeland Security Department, I was confident and able, through this language, through understanding Sharpe's work and Jackson's work and all these other beautiful works of these people in the room, I was able to confront directly this notion of, what is the homeland? What is security? What does it mean to be an HBCU with a department in this way? that exists in this wake. And so I'm here to continue this discussion and think through these things with everyone, and just be grateful for Sharpe and Jackson and all of your works for shaping the ways that we train up young scholars and create a new world to confront and rethink and bust open the chains of what we mean when we say this is violence, this is Blackness, this is American dreaming, this is capital, and this is how we've existed and navigated these spaces together. So I'll pause there and save more comments for more dialogues. I know we got 2011 more folks to navigate through. Thank you for this space. Thank you for the language, and thank you for permission for capturing narrative, capturing being, capturing the ordinary that stretches what can be ordinary and unordinary through violence.
Thank you so much for that, JB. My PhD baby twin. We went through the crucibles together at the same time. Who would like to jump in next?
I'll go. Oh, can you hear me?
I can hear you both.
Okay. But first, thank you, Professor Wilson and Professor Sharpe, for your amazing work. I'm actually fans of you both. And also, it's always lovely to have a fellow hustler in the mix. I'll begin by saying this to Professor Sharpe. When I was reading your work, what came to mind was water is life. And so I want to thank you for giving voice to Black life, the resilience of Black life. I decided to engage with the work in the context of the afterlife of slavery, redemption, Jim Crow, and Reagan. So all of that is included when I say in the afterlife of slavery. Fanon, Mama, see the Negro, I am frightened. The Negro is shivering with cold that goes through your bones. The handsome little boy thinks the Negro is quivering with rage. In the afterlife of slavery, what remains is the desire for Black pain, for public consumption. What remains is the desire for Black suffering for public consumption, the desire for Black supplication, the precedent of Black docility, the desire for the Eucharist, the communion, the sacrament of white supremacy. What remains is the desire for we, the unpeople, the body impolitic, the people whom have no rights for which a white man must respect, to place ourselves upon the altar the first Sunday of every month, to say, take, eat, this is my body, to lie still, to be carved, to withstand the searing pain of the knife. My God, I have turned the other cheek. I humbly beseech thee. What remains is a desire to watch us, to feel our blood draining while we pray for a better day. There is power in the blood in the name of Jesus. Would you be whiter, much whiter than snow? There's power in the blood. Power in the blood, sin stains are lost in its life-giving flow. There is one flick of power in the blood. Would you do a service for Jesus, your King? Will we wade in the water? Will white God trouble the water? In the afterlife of slavery, the denial of the sacrament, the communion, the Eucharist, is the declaration that the grave sins and the obstinate persistence of white supremacy are disqualifiers. In the afterlife of slavery, Blackness remains an ocular irritant, stimulating hallucinations and cognitive illusions, stimulating anxiety, the paranoid sensation of Blackness looming. In the afterlife of slavery, we resist the contemporary forms of human destruction that swarm us with increasing intensity, haunting us, imminent Black death, stalking us. We traverse the carceral spaces where the suspension of the rule of law is attached to Black bodies, and we must resist the confiscation and the annihilation of our bodies. In these spaces where concentrated Blackness is the terroristic threat, the national security alert, where daily acts of tyranny seek to mar our spirits, and violence, pain, and white retribution are on display as spectacles for public consumption. And yet still, in the afterlife of slavery, we triumph. We celebrate Black life over imminent Black death. We delight in the secret madness that lies within the Black body. The secret madness, the child of the Black imagination, an alchemical space where malice aforethought and wantonness dance to the syncopations of violence. We dance to the syncopations of violence. The Black imagination that is afflicted with drapetomania that produces infinite fantasies of insurrection and insubordination. The epigenetic consequences of slave rebellions that course through us, that give us life. In the afterlife of slavery, we delight in the persistence of our joyful and mournful rage. Thanks.
Ooh, okay. So I know Saturday is, officially the Sabbath, but my goodness, you and Professor Farley over here trying to bring the word to the people to slice open the law. We love it. We love it. We love it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And also for your affirmations. All right, who is jumping in next?
I can jump in next. Oh,
Go ahead.
okay. Okay. Hi, everyone. It's lovely to be here. Thank you to Dr. Wilson and to Dr. Sharpe for all of your work. I'm also a big fan of many people's work here, and there are many more people here whose work I'm now going to be looking into. So I know that we said 1 to 5 minutes as an opening remark, and so I'm going to stick to that as best as possible. And I'm also aware of the theme, contending with the whole anti-Blackness as precedent, and I think I have a lot to say about that I want to talk about in the round table as we have time. But yes, what is time to a Black scholar? Absolutely, that's absolutely right. But I wanted to think today, as I was trying to figure out what to say, the thing that came to the fore for me the most actually is how Dr. Sharpe's work has been used in practice in my classroom, particularly over this last year. And so what I'm going to read is just a very kind of a brief kind of recounting of the ways that this work has impacted generations, and particularly this particular generation of Black geographers. So I'm starting with a quote from In the Wake. For if we are lucky, we live in the knowledge that the wake has positioned us as a no citizen. If we are lucky, the knowledge of this positioning avails us particular ways of re-seeing, re-inhabiting, reimagining the world. And we might use these ways of being in the wake in our responses to terror and the varied and various ways that our Black lives are lived under occupation. Christina Sharpe, In the Wake on Blackness and Being, 2016. I walked into my Black Geography's graduate seminar 2 weeks after a graduate student walked into our campus and shot to death his advisor before walking home. A nearly 4-hour campus lockdown was an ominous, to say the least, beginning to the fall semester. As my students recounted how quickly the administration and many faculty attempted to push past that period of horror to resume normal operations, how mostly Black and Latine and South Asian staff working in grounds and housekeeping risked their lives to ensure that classrooms were properly locked, to shuttle confused students to safe hiding places, we remembered that this university we inhabit was carved out in violence, the evidence of which was enshrined in stone and metal monuments to white supremacists and enslavers, and literally buried on an on-campus cemetery next to a parking deck. Generations of enslaved laborers whose graves are periodically desecrated by white fraternities, the descendants of those who enslaved them. That kind of day, August 28th, 2023, was predictable, mundane, even in its spectacle. It was not our first lockdown, and it would not be our last, not even the last of that semester. When we ran out of words to say about it, we did what was our practice at the start of every session. We turned to Sharpe's ordinary notes. That day, it was note 24, page 37, which ends with, historical authenticity, writes Trujillo, resides not in the fidelity to an alleged past, but in an honesty vis-a-vis the present as it represents that past, end quote. What was sedimented in all of us that semester was what Sharpe calls wake work, the idea that, quote, we might continue to imagine new ways to live in the wake of slavery, in slavery's afterlives, to survive and more in the afterlife of property, end quote. Wake work requires us to observe the everyday interconnected relationships of terror, love, joy, brutality as constitutive of worlds stitched violently together by empire and slavery, and to respond through our imaginings of what else could live in the space of those wounds, what other kind of love and joy might be possible beyond the confines of colonial brutality. This work is not possible without practice. We did not yet know that on that first class after the first lockdown, how much practice we would get. October 17th, I walked into our classroom to the news of a hospital bombing in Gaza at the Al Ali Arab Hospital, one of at least 51 attacks by Israel on healthcare facilities by Israel between October 7th and 17th. One student in the class had loved ones who were there, and she could not reach them. It was clear then that we needed another kind of work on that day, but we turned first to ordinary notes, which by then had become our guide through the semester. Our class notes from that day read only note 107, page 163. And that note reads, we Black people are constituted through and by continued vulnerability to overwhelming force, though not only known to ourselves and to each other by that force, and that's from In the Wake. That other knowing, that other note is one we might call regard. That day, we abandoned class as usual and walked off campus together, sitting elsewhere in the sun, finding and singing notes of love and mourning and love and terror and love and love and more love. Thank you.
My goodness. Thank you for that, Danielle. That was taking us back, taking us back. So I think we have so many moments, all of us, right, where we're sitting on campus and also understanding that this place where we're supposed to be getting a so-called liberal education 100 years ago was also where bodies were swinging from the very tree we're sitting under for shade. So what does that do? What does that mean, right? And, you know, that's a class me and Jameelah took together with Professor Sharpe, Memory for Forgetting, right? What do we remember to forget? What is our studied forgetfulness doing, right? What is its serviceability in this moment to both our current bondage, but also the need to forget for sanity? So thank you for touching on that in this moment. I also just want to give a shout out to Eraldo. I know you won't be joining us for the second roundtable later, but thank you so much for joining us in this space of communion. These are heavy topics. This is deep work. And if folks need to step away, we do not disparage you for that. We thank you for the time that you've given, the time that you've blessed, and the moment that you've been able to join us. So thank you, thank you, thank you so much for everyone that has been here and folks that have already departed and might need to depart later. And feel free to jump back in. There's no shame in leaving and coming on back. All right. This ain't the church. We don't shame you. All right. Anyway, let's move on to our next speaker. Jump on in, y'all.
Thank you. Wow, this has been beautiful. It's been informative. And I'm just so grateful to be in this space. Thank you to my dear, dear friend, Anansi, for convening us and always just pouring into us and allowing us to expand our politic in every which way. I love you deeply. And I'm so honored to be here with the rest of you. Good afternoon, folks, scholars, freedom fighters, and those who just love freedom. I know today we gather not just in the spirit of intellectual inquiry, but in a deep and abiding love for a scholar who has reshaped the contours of our collective understanding, Dr. Christina Sharpe. In this moment, we stand at the intersection of thought and action, where theory meets praxis, where the breath of Black life resists the suffocating grip of anti-Blackness. Now I stand here with you all, sit here with you all as a a Black queer organizer who has seen firsthand the legacies of anti-Blackness and oppression manifest in this American experiment. I've walked through towns where the ghost of Jim Crow still whisper in the walls, where the Confederate flag still flutters above state buildings, and where policies enacted bear the mark of histories we were told to forget. Yet is also in these spaces where I've witnessed the beauty and the resilience of our people, how we've turned sites of degradation into places of joy and resistance, how we've taken what was meant to destroy us and made it the bedrock of our strength. In 2018, I found myself in a crucible of democracy where the promises of our country collided with the brutal realities of voter suppression. As an organizer in the South, I saw firsthand the insidious ways in which the hold, which Dr. Christina Sharpe so poignantly describes, manifests not just in the physical shackles of the past, but in the spiritual, psychological, and political constraints that continue to bind Black bodies and souls. Voter suppression is not just a matter of lost ballots or long lines. It's a deliberate strategy to maintain the status quo, to keep power consolidated in the hands of those who have always held it. It's a manifestation of the hold, a reminder that the legacies of slavery and segregation have not loosened their grips on the necks of Black folks in this country. I remember the faces of those who stood in lines for hours, only to be turned away because their names had mysteriously disappeared from the voter rolls. I remember Mrs. Lee, who had voted in every election since she was granted the right, now facing a new wave of obstacles designed to make her feel small, to remind her that her voice, her vote was still not welcome in this so-called land of the free. In those moments, I understood Dr. Sharpe's concept of the hold on a deeper level. The hold is not just the physical enslavement of Black bodies, but the ongoing attempts to suppress Black agency, Black voices, and Black power. Voter suppression is a modern-day shackle. It's a tool used to perpetuate the dehumanization and the disenfranchisement of our people. But even in the face of these horrors, there's resilience. There's a fight that burns within us, a refusal to be silenced or erased. Dr. Sharpe's work teaches us that while the hold may seek to contain us, it cannot extinguish our spirit. It cannot erase our history or our determination to build a future where every Black voice is heard and every Black vote is counted. In 2018, I saw the horrors of voter suppression. I saw the power of our people, the fight that continues, and we contend with the hold by not accepting it, but by resisting it with every fiber of our being. Dr. Sharpe's work has been nothing short of revolutionary in helping us make sense of these complexities. Her concept of the whole captures the essence of what it means to live in a world where Blackness is perpetually under siege. The hold is not just a metaphor. It is a reality of our lives. It is in the space we inhabit when we are trapped in the belly of a system designed to consume us. It is the lingering grip of the slave ship, the chokehold of police brutality, the invisible shackles of economic and voter disenfranchisement. It is the way Black life is continuously surveilled, disciplined, and controlled. Yet it is also where we resist and where we subvert and where we refuse to be extinguished. In the South, where I've spent the better part of my adult life and where the blood of my ancestors runs through the red clay, where so much of our nation's history of anti-Blackness has been written, the hold is palpable. It is in the redlining of neighborhoods, the underfunding of schools, the criminalization of our bodies, but it's also in the way we gather, in the way we march, in the way we build our own institutions that care for and nurture our communities. Dr. Sharpe reminds us that anti-Blackness is not merely an analogy. Excuse me, y'all, can't get my words out. in the American narrative. It is in the foundation. It is the precedent upon which so much has been built. And until we reckon with that, any effort to achieve justice will be superficial at best. Her work challenges us to see the violence inflicted upon Black bodies is not new, nor is it random. It is structured, systematic, and persistent. Yet so too is our resistance. As a Black queer man, I know what it means to live at the intersection of these forces, where both Blackness and queerness are targeted by the mechanisms of control. But we also know that the power of living otherwise, of creating spaces where we are not just surviving, but thriving, we understand that our existence in itself is a radical act, a defiance of the narrative that seeks to erase us. Contending with the hold delves into the persistence and pervasive nature of anti-Blackness as a fundamental structure in society, which she metaphorically represents through the concepts like the hold and the weather. These concepts highlight the enduring legacy of slavery and its ongoing impact on Black lives, especially in the context of systematic violence and oppression that continues to manifest through contemporary violent conservative policies, particularly in the South. One key quote from her work discusses how Black lives are swept up and animated by the afterlife of slavery, a condition that Dr. Sharpe describes as the autography of the wake. This notion reveals how the legacy of slavery isn't just a historical event, but an ongoing reality that shapes the conditions under which Black people live, resist, and suffer. This is particularly relevant when analyzing violent conservative policies in the South and analyzing them on a daily basis, which is often aim to maintain the social and political order rooted in white supremacy and anti-Blackness. For example, voter suppression laws, something I know all too well, restrictions on educational content related to race, and the rollback of civil rights protections can be seen as modern iterations of the whole. Systems designed to contain, control, and limit Black agency and freedom. Dr. Sharpe speaks of the weather, which she uses to describe the pervasive everyday climate of anti-Blackness that Black people must navigate. In the South, where I've informed my experience, this can be observed in the normalization of racial violence and systematic neglect of Black communities. Conservative policies that exacerbate socioeconomic disparities, criminalize Blackness, and deny the existence of structural racism contribute to what Sharpe calls the total climate that produces premature Black death as normative. The persistence of these policies underscore how anti-Blackness is not just a feature of isolated incidents, but a constant overarching condition. Dr. Sharpe's analysis compels us to think beyond the immediate, beyond the visible, to understand the deeper currents that shape our lives. She asks us to consider how we carry the weight of history in our bodies, in our communities, in our institution. But she also invites us to imagine how we might reshape those currents, how we might turn the tide of history in favor of Black life, Black joy, and Black futures. This is the whole like a shadow, persistent, unshakable, a dark thread woven into the fabric of our being. It's a weight we carry, often unseen, but always felt. To contend with the whole is to wrestle with history itself, to engage in a dance with ghosts who are not content, who are not content, to remain silent. Anti-Blackness as a precedent isn't just the past, it is the blueprint of the present, a script handed down through generations, etched in the bones of this country. It is in the air we breathe, the water we swim, and the quiet hum that underscores every interaction, every decision, every glance that lasts just a beat too long. And yet to name the whole is to begin to loosen its grip, to contend with it, to acknowledge the ways in which it shapes us. Yes, but also the ways in which we resist, the ways in which we survive. Survival here is not just existence, it is creation, it is joy. It is the act of making something beautiful from the shards left behind. And as we honor Dr. Sharpe today, Let us not merely celebrate her work, but let us embody it. Let us carry forward her call to confront anti-Blackness as the precedent it is, to understand that our struggle is not just about changing laws and policies, but about transforming the very foundation of our society. This is not the work for the faint of heart. It requires a special kind of radical imagination and commitment that Dr. Sharpe exemplifies. It requires us to be both critical and hopeful, to acknowledge the hold while also dreaming beyond it. So today, we lift up Dr. Sharpe's contributions. Let us also recommit to the work ahead. Let us remember that the hold may be powerful, but is not unbreakable. It is through our collective action, our refusal to be silenced, and our unwavering belief in the possibility of something better that we will overcome it. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Dre. Look at that. Look at that. That's that New York Deep South connection, you know, that as we say back in Atlanta, where me and Dre were until maybe last week. That'll preach, y'all. That'll preach. All right, so let's move on to Jameelah and then to Isaac, and then we'll open up some conversation.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. I hope you are well. Thank you so much to Anansi for organizing this amazing occasion to give flowers to Christina. And even though we can't do it in person, we hope you are receiving these flowers virtually and these acts and labors of love. What I'm going to share in what I hope will be 5 minutes it should be, is a long, not long, but a love letter, a letter of regard that is really encapsulates, I think, the impact not only Christina's work has had on me, but also her teaching as a former student. So a letter of regard. There is a singular phrase that Professor Sharpe shared with us years ago in her Black feminist theory class that has stayed with me. Complicate your pleasure. This phrase has resonated with me because complicating my pleasure meant complicating my desires, especially my political desires, what I was willing to accept, what was at stake, what I had normalized, and what I had accepted about the world and at what cost. Professor Sharpe's teaching, much like her work, instructs us to question the terms of political demands, achievements, and the questions these things are supposed to answer in Black political struggles across the Americas. In my work, this has meant complicating the narratives of movements declared successful, the very grammar of excellence, and the terms of celebration that often perpetuate a brutal arithmetic that doesn't disrupt the nation-state form. Her work also teaches us to attend to insistence, the everyday ways Black people insist on life that do not conform to the shape of a political movement, that cannot be neatly categorized as having a beginning, end, success, or failure, but that still forcefully demands another world just because death precedes it. Professor Sharpe directs us towards a praxis of tending to what she calls, quote, ordinary notes, ways to make present and reconstitute Black life amidst the weather of anti-Blackness under, within, and in the wake of slavery. With Professor Sharpe, our studies on Black resistance might begin to turn towards the ordinary ways Black communities articulate a desire for living that asks different questions about the stakes of survival, questions that cannot be satisfied by repeating projects of rights, of reforms, and other adjustments and appeals to states and to publics that require Blackness in and as bare and no life. But instead, questions about the stakes of surviving, the whole, that get us closer to what Black political struggles in Colombia, where I do my work, call vivir sabroso, or living well, or savoring life. The phrase embodies a philosophy of life that emphasizes enjoying simple pleasures, appreciating beauty, and prioritizing well-being and community over capitalism, competition, and materialism, living in balance with nature and fostering collective well-being. I think of the idea of vivir sabroso alongside Professor Sharpe's attention to regard. There is no instruction manual for regard. It is not legislation, it is a practice. As she writes in note 181 of Ordinary Notes, quote, regard is a habit of care. It is appreciation and esteem. It is the right of repair, unquote. Regard is the work of insisting, a method of Sharpe's that I hold onto the most. Insistence as regard, insisting is paying attention, insisting on starting from the Black, insisting on life in the wake is to assist on an ordinary moment, a sound or a gesture that can disarrange time long enough to, as she writes, change the atmosphere, even though it cannot promise to end the conditions of anti-Blackness under, from, and within which it emerges outright. Professor Sharpe's teaching and work is that regard. Professor Sharpe expands our understanding of the grammars of the hold of Black suffering and of Black life. To read her work is to glimpse the depth of the whole across time and space, its embeddedness in the grammars that disarticulate Blackness from the vocabulary of life, and in the celebration of excellence and success as political desires for survival that never quite lead us to question the terms and conditions of survival itself. To read her work is to complicate your pleasure. It is to witness what it is to live in the hold in the wake of the ship, alongside what it is to be held. It is to understand that anti-Blackness operates as a foundational and pervasive force that precedes and shapes the conditions of Black life and political struggles. By invoking Professor Sharpe's phrase, complicate your pleasure, I am reflecting on how the pleasure or satisfaction derived from political achievements or movements must be scrutinized in the context of the underlying structures of anti-Blackness. This scrutiny involves questioning what has been normalized, what desires have been shaped by these conditions, and what has been accepted at the cost of Black life. Reading her work leaves us with a constant set of questions whose answers, if they even exist, might only be found in their asking. These questions are, at least, what might escape this total climate, but also what is being made within it, what sort of life is being insisted on, and what atmospheric conditions might emerge in spite of it. Thank you.
Jameelah. Always, always, always bringing the heat and the beauty. And for those of you who don't know, Jameelah and I took probably every Christina Sharpe class possible when we were at Tufts, and she probably kept us out of a lot of trouble. Black in the early pre-Black Lives Matter organizing days, post Trayvon and things. So we were getting
Hope I
some,
got you into some trouble too.
it was just a little bit good trouble, as they say.
Invited you into some trouble.
Yes, but strategic trouble. I was just mad. Y'all had some sense. So thank you for that, Jameelah. And then our last introduction before we open it up a bit more is from Isaac Manchego. And I will say that, Isaac was my RA at my last position when I was at Mitchell Hamlin School of Law. And they had the pleasure, fortunate or unfortunate, of wrestling with me as I wrestled with Anthony Farley's work, perfecting slavery, Zakiyyah's Becoming Human, and over and over again with Christina's In the Wake and Ordinary Notes and Monstrous Intimacies and all the pre and attendant essays that came with it. So God bless you, Isaac, for wrestling with me with the work, but also in the footnotes and outside the footnotes and via text, and making sure that I'm making grammatical and intellectual sense and everything. So Isaac Manchego, come on through.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I just wanted to, I'm so lucky to know Dr. Wilson and to be introduced to Christina Sharpe. Thank you, Dr. Wilson, for having me today and giving me this opportunity. I'm also really just honored to be part of this panel and be in this space. My work is inspired and informed by Anthony Farley and Christina Sharpe, who really have given me the language to educate others about how slavery was perfected and the afterlives of slavery, which is a lens I use daily to reveal the tools of subjugation that exist today. As a law clerk and potential public defender, I contend with the hold frequently. I interact with this concept of the hold when I meet with clients who are in custody in holding. These are physical, real boxes people are stored in. I and the other law clerks had a tour of the jail, and while I was walking through the halls between the cells and the shuffling of people into other rooms, I thought about this concept and where people are transferred from the squad car to holding. Above that door was the thin blue line flag, almost to remind people as they come in that They are on one side of the line and the law is on the other side. And it also made me think about the red-lined neighborhoods as a whole, a space of suspension on a swift ship to skewed life chances that brings Black people into contact with the law because of the criminalization of petty crimes like theft and trespass, and how furtive movements serve as a basis for investigatory stops and arrests. All of these are afterlives of slavery and techniques of subjugation. I thought about these physical holds, but also the temporal holds, prisons of our own making, of anti-Blackness and of the status quo. And it made me think of the hold we are all in, the hold of post-emancipation, of the long emancipation, where the hold becomes the weather, or as Christina Sharpe wrote, the weather is the totality of our environments, the weather is the total climate, and that climate is anti-Black. So in this sense, the hold becomes the weather, an artificial weather, a specter, a shadow of the clear skies and clean water that lives above. The spatial and temporal holds literally and figuratively keep us from liberation. I just wanted to end with a portion of an essay I wrote that came about after a conversation Dr. Wilson had in one of our classes. And it reads, defending the dead is attending to the needs of the dying Black body while insisting on Black being. It is confronting the material conditions of Black people while imagining the lost archive and what's yet to be. To live in the wake is to be thrown overboard to tread cross currents left in the aftermath of colonialist vessels. Living in the wake leads to reimagining what Black being looks like with the advantage of the acuity of spectral foresight. Thank you.
All right, you was being cute by half. What is this? What is this essay? I need a link to this. What is the title? You playing? Go on and drop that in the chat. You always trying to be a little humble, Isaac. This ain't the time to be humble. We all Black out here. But anyway, I want to thank everyone for their opening statements, and thank you, Isaac, for that beautiful also preview, right, of your work in this space. I think that's a very vulnerable thing to do, particularly when you're at the beginning of your career. So thank you for blessing us with that. Well, this was supposed to go until 11:50. It's 11:47. Y'all be playing with these opening statements, but that's all right because we're Black. But I do want to take a couple of minutes at least to give folks the opportunity to respond to one another, to elucidate maybe more thoughts that you might have had based upon what you heard or things you weren't, able to get out. And I do want to emphasize again the kind of title of this symposium, that we are living in the wake. What does it mean to live in the wake? Not merely to exist or to be, but to live. What are the contradictions, the compromises, the anyhow, anyway decisions that we make while living, right, in the ripple, in the afterlives, while cutting a new wake through the waves, if you will, right, while also bearing witness in this way that Christina talks about the wake, at a type of wake for a lost loved one or a lost ancestor that we didn't even know was ours to hold. What does it mean to miss holding someone you never held, right? What does it mean also to sit with this type of what Toni Morrison calls rememory, as we reconstitute a history that was ours that we were never given, or that was perverted and molested before we received it. So I want us to kind of sit with these things because we're also in a pivotal political moment where we have our first Black woman, right, woman of color that is nominated to be president, that is also doing things that are particularly anti-Black because the nature of the office is that. What does it mean to live in the wake, in the moment of the ripple of that moment, doing the work that we do? Right. So I just want to open the floor back up for at least a few moments to give folks a chance to have some extemporaneous conversation.
Can I just say something on the very last point that you made? Of course, there's many, many things to say, but one of the things that strikes me about this moment is that it is a moment that opens us up as United Statians to what so many people on the African continent have experienced and long known, which is that Black state leadership does not insulate you one iota from the working of anti-Blackness, and that, you know, new innovative forms, the intensification of anti-Blackness can actually can occur underneath in the context of formal Black state leadership. And I think that, you know, there's a really profound conversation and lesson that we missed the first time around with Obama, but I hope that we are starting to catch on. But it's a very diasporic lesson, a very diasporic, brutal pedagogy.
Yeah, and just to add on to that really quickly, I think that, like, I hope that we're catching on in this moment, but I think that it also says something that we catch on when Black women take power, right? There's a moment where, like, the scrutiny becomes so necessary, and it's always been necessary, right? But we allow ourselves to not only engage in it, but in a way enjoy it in a particular type of way, where with Obama, it was like, well, we're not going to say that out loud. We'll wait a little bit. But there is a certain type of enjoyment, right, in the kind of undoing. And even though it is a necessary undoing, what does it mean that we take pleasure, right, out of it in a particular type of way? Folks don't have to respond to that, but do as you will.
I must respond to that because I love that point. And for me, this Obama notion, I'm sorry, my face is on the screen right now, but for me, that Obama moment happened during Morehouse's commencement. My graduation, when he demonstrated that his commitment to a certain performance of a violent type of Blackness, and using that platform to reinforce a type of hold, so to speak, of how we should exist and how these men trying to go beyond where they've been as undergraduate students at this all Black institution, lauded for folks like King and Thurman that tried to push us against the grain and be creative in the wake. And so for me, that second term of Obama, I think many of us, I think it's important to relitigate that moment and reflect on that particular moment when Obama, like, when he broke open and showed us who he was, so to speak.
Yeah, I feel that. And sorry, I'm off camera. I'm plugging in my computer to its charger. Folks can go ahead and respond though.
I want to just say something about the present moment, right? I think we shouldn't underestimate what we are facing. The Trump people and the majority of our white subpopulation have been clear as crystal knocked about what they are planning. Like, they've told us what they are going to do. We should absolutely believe them. We read a lot of work about, uprisings past and uprisings elsewhere, but we have to make a real assessment of where we are here and now. We don't have a left organization. None of us are used to fighting against, like, actual, not metaphorical fascism. Like, we're not ready. I'm not ready for that. Like I might have been as a teenager. I'm not now. I'm not that person now. And I don't see organizations now. There are fewer and farther between. So I have nothing but joy about Kamala Harris and her running mate, because at least for the next 90 days, right? In fact, until the swearing in January, I'm only here to champion her, because while what I want is an anarchist communist revolution, I and people who think like me haven't done the work to make that happen now. And there's no way for it to happen in our lifetimes. We can't even get a social welfare state in our lifetimes if Trump gets elected. But I say this just to authorize it. I predicted, as some of you remember, like that Trump would not leave office, right? In November 2016, I said he would absolutely never leave office if elected. If elected again, absolutely we will all be afraid to the core of our beings within the first 100 days. Within the first 1,000 days, a bunch of us will be missing. So, so I think that Amilcar Cabral said, "Tell no lies, claim no easy victories." There's a way in which too much critique and like too little focus on winning this election is telling lies and claiming easy victories. We're pretending now that we have the wherewithal to ever get anything done if Trump is elected. And that's just not true. Like, it is not, the setback is far more than what anyone is prepared to deal with, at least on the American scene.
So I think there's a lot to sit with here, right? And I think people can land with Anthony or land against or wherever their rupture might lie, right? We are dealing with a unfolding, ongoing genocide, not the only one in the world, right? Shout out to Africa. All the things that are happening there that we refuse to speak out loud, and we also refuse to name our own complicity. And so I do want to name that, but I also want to underscore, I think that's something that Jameelah, John, Amber, and others of us that have been, direct students of Christina have learned, that you do have to be able to critique and move, right? Whatever the move looks like for you, whether that's voting or not voting, organizing an organization, teaching other people, listening to your body in the moment where it groans and moans in these agrammatical, inarticulable ways. We have to do that. And so I think that one of the hard things for those of us that are particularly early in our professorships and our scholarship and teaching is trying to create a pedagogy that tells the truth while also not paralyzing, right? How do we do that work? How do we sit with memory, rememory? How do we sit, right, and acknowledge and witness the ripples of the wake while not needing to lie about the incoming wave or typhoon, while also preparing dinner for our kinfolk and doing care work and giving mutual aid, even understanding or maybe even believing that you might be cooking a great soul food dinner tonight, but the world could very well swallow you up the moment you finish your last bite. How do we be? Right. And I think that is like one of the kind of singular questions of, particularly in the note, and I think that is in the wake rather, and is answered in many ways by ordinary notes. What is quotidian Black life? What is that quotidian Black being? And then to Zakiyyah's comment right now in the chat, right? Like, these are what Black people have been doing since and before slavery. Like, if somebody can have love, and I ain't talking about loving no crazy ass master, no foolishness like that, but I'm talking about if someone can have romantic or familial love under chattel slavery, knowing that tomorrow your partner, your child, your limbs might be snatched, stolen, taken away. Then how do we repurpose that for this current moment, but also then not be complicit? Maybe we don't have a choice about that, but in the sustenance, right, of Imperial America, or more importantly, maybe Imperial you in the ways in which you engage with your partner or your children or your loved one or your mom who was a little bit abusive, but you also know what she went through. How do you hold all of these things in this moment? Just thoughts and questions. Other folks here, I want to give folks the chance to speak before we do move on.
Okay, while people are gathering their thoughts, can I just say something really quickly about In the Wake? Reading it this time around, just going back to a question that, or comment you, Professor Wilson stated earlier about living. There's a way that the book does something that I think is absolutely remarkable.
Yeah.
In that it is able to talk about the quotidian and the everyday. And I think that for a lot of us, we often feel like we have to choose between the paradigmatic and the theoretical, or well, I'll just say it that way, the paradigmatic and the everyday or the experiential. And there's a way that the book puts them in conversation in such a seamless way that I think is so key to its power and to its pointedness, because it is able to infuse theory with life. And it is quite remarkable. And probably the most powerful example I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Other folks, jump on in. I see them academic deep breaths and lipping. I know what y'all doing. Go ahead, jump on in now.
Dr. Wilson, I would love to just add something. My name is Jerry Hawkins, and I run an organization called Dallas Truth, Racial Healing, and Transformation. So we are, I want to just thank you, the scholars on here for the work that you all do, because we try to use the work that you all do in everyday racial equity, racial justice work here in Dallas, Texas. I want to highlight that the work that you all are doing is so important. And excuse me, I'm outside, sitting outside. There's a plane on top. But it's really important for us to continue to make these connections. As Zakiyyah just mentioned, I love that reference. Because everyday people are trying to find ways to see this this work in different ways, particularly how they can make lives better for their community members, particularly Black people here. So I just want to just, first of all, just give you all props and thank you, Dr. Wilson, for creating this moment so folks like me can participate in this type of work. A lot of people don't understand that a place like Dallas is one of the epicenters of white nationalist violence. The alt-right movement was started here. 80% of the white nationalist propaganda in the country comes out of the Patriot Front, which is founded here. The school board movement to take over started in the suburb of Dallas. So it is a place of confrontation on a daily basis, and folks are doing some real work. So I'm just jumping in to thank you all for your work and to continue to give us opportunities to learn from people and to try to distill the work of Christina Sharpe and others to everyday people is the work that we do. You know, try to get people to understand that they can also make a living, and I'm saying make a living Black life, that living that you're talking about, but also to continue to fight what Anthony was talking about, which is a real serious violence. I'm talking about everyday violence, right? They're widening highways in Black communities right now in Texas, right? So I mean, everyday violence that is going to take a yeoman's effort from all of us to fight on a daily basis.
Yeah, I make a quick comment before we go to Jameelah, but Texas is such I think, a harrowing example. So thank you for that, Jerry, because we understand in Texas, right, there's no state income tax, but the state itself survives off of these majority Black and Latino cities, right? It excises their tax income from them, repurpose it back to rural areas to subsidize those spaces. So when you think about this kind of stealing of income, the stealing of tax dollars, it's actually an excising of Black life, right? Because what is money? Right? But your life invested in a moment, right? So we have to understand time is livelihood. And so the state of Texas is literally living, skiing off of the parasitical stealing of Black life, right? It's vampiric in a particular type of way. And not only that, it's an oil state, right? Where the air itself is violent to us. And you've already talked about kind of the widening neighborhoods. And the last thing I will say, and this is, also a shout out to Zakiyyah and Anthony, but particularly Christina, one of the things that Jerry mentioned is the kind of accessibility. The beautiful thing that I learned from Christina and I really struggled with in her classes was writing in a way that was committed to beauty, but also clear and incisive. And she makes it look easy. It is not easy. I gave my mother a copy of In the Wake, and she was like, I'm not reading all this scholarly BS. I'm like, all right, girl, just try to read it, whatever. And when I tell you, LaToya got up in that book, it was like, oh, this is is this poetry? It's just beautiful. And my mom only, she made it to 8th grade and she dropped out of school. So to tell you that my mom got through in the wake and will recite pieces to me, because not only is the writing inviting, but it's beautiful. And there's a type of pleasure and there's a type of effective methodology, right, and theory engaged here. And not only that, it speaks to the Black everyday. And so many of us, when we get into scholarship, we get into academia, we get into really high level organizing places or policy positions, we think that speaking to the Black everyday and the language of the Black everyday is somehow not rigorous. But in fact, I think that Christina and Zakiyyah and Anthony remind us that if you're able to speak to the Black everyday at these levels and the language of the Black everyday with a commitment to beauty and incisiveness and particularity and truth, you've done a work at a level that heretofore has never been surpassed, right? This is the inheritance of Ida B. Wells. This is the inheritance of Pauli Murray. This is the inheritance of a Frederick Douglass, who had to teach themselves how to read. Shout out to that. We're doing the work. So I just want to kind of insist on that for a moment before we move on to Jameelah. Sorry, sis, go ahead.
No worries. I just wanted to share something listening to everyone that has come to me as I recently reread Ordinary Notes. And I always think about Professor Sharpe's work as asking us to ask different questions. And the questions that are coming to me in this moment is how to understand political options as non-options, how to understand political options from the place of starting from the Black, which then would mean our present options are not ethical ones. They are unethical to our very being and to our very existence by virtue of the fact that all the present visible options mean and amplify and implicate, and replicate different forms of genocide.
Mm-hmm.
And I think one of the beautiful and difficult things of her work is the refusal to accept individual survival without collective survival, the sort of refusal to not constantly tarry with the ways that our well-being is tethered to in relation to the person next to us.
Mm-hmm.
And if we are to seriously take on that tarrying as a lesson across her works, which is part of, I think, the method of the biographical, of the political analysis, of the literary analysis, then sometimes we have to figure out different grammars, different languages, different options that are more than those that are presented to us if we're starting from a different ethical position. That was my jumbled thoughts, but those are thoughts that are really coming up for me in this moment, and thinking about really what Ordinary Notes and In the Wake in particular of her corpus of work are really asking for us methodologically in this moment, in this political moment, which I also want to refuse the language of moment if we understand via the wake, via the language of the weather, that a lot of these processes, the processes of fascism, the processes of disenfranchisement are long in the making, are repeating, are widespan. So I'll leave it there.
I love how Jameelah indicts time. As I was about to say, we need to get back to our schedule. Thank you so much, Jameelah, for throwing me under the bus right now, but also doing so with beautifully incisive and scholarly words. I want to give a moment for if anyone has any closing thoughts. I didn't get a chance to speak again the second time in this wrap up. Before we move on to our, let me look at my schedule, child. Our next piece of words of expression, we're going to skip over this little break with Dr. Amber Rose, then John Moore, then Phoebe Boswell. Are there any other thoughts that people want to give us to wrap up before we move on?
Yeah, I just wanted to say again, thank you so much for this panel and this roundtable. I think echoing Jameelah and Zakiyyah and some other folks who have been in the chat. I mean, I'm kind of drawing us back just to the text itself, to In the Wake. This for if we are lucky, right? We live in the knowledge of the wake that's positioned us as a no citizen, and that knowledge avails us of particular ways of re-seeing, re-inhabiting, and reimagining the world. And I think one of the questions for me that's been sitting is sort of, what does it mean for us to espouse so much fear of fascism when the alternative would be a continuation, alternative candidate, I suppose, is already, right, deeply embedded, right, in the practice of fascism and genocide, right, elsewhere, right? What are we, that kind of separation, right, that Jameelah was discussing, is right, like precisely what makes those logics seem logical to us, right? That we could be like, no fascism, but yes, we know this genocide is happening, but maybe it's necessary for it to continue to happen for there to be no fascism here, right? And that, at its core, right? And if we are internationalists, and I'm thinking if we listen to our Afro-diasporic brothers and sisters outside of the United States who have been telling us for a very long time, right, about the ways in which we adopt hegemony, right, and the ways we adopt imperialism because we are in the seat of empire, that there's something that's calling us, or that should be calling us, particularly in this moment, to some other way of being. And I'm not saying that I am not afraid, right? I'm just as afraid as I think everyone else here. And I do know that there are no options here, right? There are no real options here. And within this framework, right, within this structure, I think our options are all about how we see beyond, right? This structure, beyond this moment. And empires falling are really devastating processes, right? I don't think that we should be disabused of any of it. But I think our work, right, is, as Professor Sharpe is saying, to move us to another way of being in the world and another way of existing together.
Mm-hmm. I love that. And I love also the kind of the subtle shout out to both Douglas and Du Bois with this notion of sidedness, right? And I also just want us to kind of briefly think about too in the moment, like what does it mean, right? To think about empire as inevitably falling. What does it mean if it doesn't fall? Like what do we do with forever empire, right? We take for granted that this is a crumbling empire, but maybe it's not. And then what? Right? Like, what if the technology of control and subordination just continues and continues and continues to evolve? We got to step, for lack of better terms, our shit up. Right. But I want to give again, if there's anyone else that wants to speak, we're going to take a break. People's bios and biology have called for a 3-minute break. And people don't want to step away from the screen. So are there any final thoughts before we take this break? And then we'll get into our words of expression and move into the second panel.
Well, I have a short one, mainly because I don't want to come across as the liberal in all of this.
Now, Anthony, you said short. I don't know if you know what short means.
Oh, it's super short. The fall of empire is usually fine for people who aren't living in the 1% of that empire. Like life improves when they collapse, but we're not necessarily looking at the fall of empire. We might be looking at its apotheosis. Like what happens in January coming if Trump is elected is something we haven't prepared ourselves for. As a person who frequently fails to prepare for things, like I know what it looks like at 2 a.m. when the deadline is tomorrow at 9 and I've been lying for months. You have to make a lot of compromises, right? A lot of terrible, terrible compromises with what you're doing. Yes, I accept all the editorial changes. Like, let me just click that box and move on. But this is something really real that is coming. And so for my feeling about the 90 days is a serious one, that I'm an advocate for these two, liberals running for the presidency and the vice presidency over the other thing, at least through the election day. And then it's on to the critique once again to get us out of this never-ending Republican threat of absolute destruction versus the center-right capitalism of the Democrats.
Yeah, I think that's important to note, like preparing for, rather than the ending of empire, how do you prepare for its transmutation, right? And is there a preparation? So those are things to sit with. So with that, I didn't see any other folks that wanted to give a closing word before we move on, but do feel free to do that in the chat via the words of expression or also the next panel. Or we have a moment before we wrap up, before Christina speaks, where we're all able to come on the camera and give our own words of expression and gratitude personally to Dr. Sharpe. So with that, I am going to give y'all, let's say 5 minutes so the girls can breathe. Come back at 20 after, relieve yourself, fix your wig, do whatever you got to do. Put your earrings in. And we will, okay, Bay, I see you. We will see y'all. We will see y'all shortly. Come back 5 after. Thank you so much. We'll begin with Amber Rose. All right, y'all. Let's come on back, get into the spirit of timeliness. It is 20 after. I know folks have things to do on today. It is a Saturday, even if that thing that you have to do is to lay on your lovely couch and look at the ceiling. My God. All right, so we will begin with my good sister. I, one of my best sisters, daughter of Christina as well, Dr. Amber Rose. Come on, take it away, beloved.
Hey, good people. Hello, Mother Shop. Christina, this is what you should have heard at McGill, but did not hear. This is that moment for that to come forward.
Wonderful.
Note 204. There are many books that produce in me a feeling I needed or wanted to feel. Some of them books that I love, Head, Brand, Morrison, and others are not, Blessing. But love is beside the point. What these books share is that they produced in me the feeling that I needed. One of my favorite photographs included in Ordinary Notes is the photo of Sharpe's dear and heavily worn copy of Beloved. I'm not sure when that photo was taken, but it shows the treasured text just as I remember seeing it for the first time in the fall of 2012 at the start of her Black Feminist Theory course, this course which now y'all have heard about a few times, so you know it was iconic. The seminar that brought Anansi, Jameelah, and I feel like John was not there, but were you friend? Yes. Okay, all of us together into one room. In Beloved, the character Hyman sounds a note that makes possible the continuation of life, of Black life, amidst brutal and terrible conditions. And it is this note which offers a frame for Ordinary Notes. In conversations around the book, Sharpe has reflected that this moment encouraged her to think about a note as something that can pierce and change the atmosphere of one's life, if not the larger structures that seek to enclose, contain, and restrict such life. Across her works, Sharpe has indeed pierced and changed the atmosphere of so many of our lives, and that's why we're here. She has changed what many of us believe we can do in and beyond these terrible institutions and with this grief-stricken tool that is language. She has changed how we can see and know and regard ourselves and each other. Many of us now have our own heavily worn and loved copies of her work, softcover and hardcover, PDFs legally and illegally downloaded, video links, bookmarks, tabs that we refuse to close. We use them to think and teach and write, but also to imagine and weep. We return again and again. I return. In the midst of these times where horror begets horror, where there is little reprieve from the ongoing atrocities, somehow, through and with and in spite of her own grief and bouts of exhaustion and seasons of overwhelm. And yes, we must remember the person that she is, the daughter, the sister, the partner and friend that she is. Sharpe has gifted us the work that we needed and asked the questions that we needed. She puts them simply: what is required of us now in the time of our long undoing? And the modes of our undoing are only growing more nuanced as they change shape. The slave law that is the lynch law, that is the Jim Crow law, that is stop and frisk, that is the technologies of surveillance and capture that reproduce the hold, that rehearse, and reinscribe the conditions of enslavement after the event of slavery has supposedly come to an end. and that are directly, clearly, unashamedly connected to the ongoing justification of the genocide of Palestinian people, of people in Sudan, that is directly connected to the hold on our people in Haiti and Congo and Venezuela. There is no amount of beautiful language that can distract us from the violence of murder in all of its variations, from the ravaging of land and water and air, from the starvation of thousands, from sickness that is produced and maintained and weaponized and justified. We here in the wake are always already on the edge, grasping and gasping for air. What is required of us now? We return to Sharpe to remember. It is our attention, our raw attention, as Danez said in opening, our unwavering witness, our ordinary notes of care for ourselves and each other. It is our feet and our hands and our anger and our love and our refusal and our imagination, our dreaming, our screaming, our writing, our thinking, our being here together right now. We must ready ourselves. We must prepare for what is beyond what we have been given. Thank you, Christina, for sustaining us as we continue to toil for the conditions that might enable life and living in a way that is more than the promise of anti-Black death.
My. Amber Rose, everybody. Amber Rose. Y'all will be hearing from them on the next panel. So thank you so much, my sister. And now we're gonna move on to our other sibling. Like I said, two of my favorite three poets are speaking now. So number two, we have John Moore. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Amber Rose. That's my sister, y'all. Watch out. To be gathered with people who love Christina. Hey, Christina. Is to be among some of the smartest and
Hey, John.
Hey. It's to be among some of the smartest and creative people in the world, but it's also to be among some of the most, and this is important, self-aware people in the world, some of the most compassionate thinkers and teachers that we have. If, as Professor Farley teaches us, slavery is the rule of law, what does Christina Sharpe have to say about the rule of Black life? Just as there are no laws that others, given what they are, that thing, are bound to uphold, save for their embodied enforcement of the hold, there are no laws that Black people, given what we are bound to uphold. This knowledge fucks with me every day. I cannot say that I wanted it, or even that I want it now. But I know that it has made me better, and I know that it has made me sicker. Oh well. Christina's work not only insists that there is no law that we are bound to uphold, it invites us to see it. It invites us to bear witness and then do something with our fucking lives. Despite the performative binaries that permeate the discourses that keep the food on our tables, that keep our Twitter fingers spiraling, that keep our egos engaged enough to bring air into our lungs. On what little life I have today, I can swear comfortably, I think, that there are no laws that Black people, given what we are bound to uphold. Period. There is Black death and what we decide to do with it. There is Black life and what we decide to do for it. I told a friend at dinner last week that I worry that we are forgetting this. And she said, "Didn't you?" And I said, "Yeah." And she said, "Who is we?" And I said, by we, I mean us. Black people who spend our time thinking about what we owe one another and what we owe the world and what the world owes us and what the shape of a flower says about our cowardice and what the smell of a city says about our restraint. When I say we, I mean we are forgetting in order to remember something that has not happened yet. And then this friend told me that Christina's work is not forgetting. Christina's work is not forgetting that we are dying as intended. Christina's work is not forgetting that to be a lawless thing made by law is a terrible thing, and it is a lucky inheritance. If looking, breathing, living itself are of no political consequence in the immediate, if freedom is more of a feeling than it is a fact, and if freedom is more of a word than it is even a feeling, we are not only a terrible thing, we are every day a terrible decision. We are the decision to take sides or take responsibility. We are the decision to clarify or obfuscate. We are the decision to teach lies or teach. We are the decision to touch, to listen. We are the decision to say hello to one another in a crowded museum. We are the decision to note the flowers and share them with others. And this, too, is a monstrous thing. And as folks have spoken about today, as our capture reinvents itself again and again, it is still a lucky inheritance. This ability to note that we are a decision to make. It's been a great honor to be your student, Christina, and it will be a great honor to continue thinking and writing and noting with all of you, and most importantly, deciding with all of you here in the wake of all that has happened and in the wake of all that has not. Thank you.
My. John Moore, y'all. John Moore. Thank you for that. Next we have the amazing visual artist, Phoebe Boswell. Phoebe, I believe you should be able to share your screen already. I know that you wanted to do that.
Thank you so much. Can you all see that?
Yes. Thank you, Phoebe.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me here today. It is a colossal honor. It feels especially necessary, poignant, and vital to be gathering together to venerate Christina's work, her heart, and her dedication to all of us in this moment, as all over the world, it is terror upon terror, anti-Blackness upon anti-Blackness. Our governments are funding genocides, which we are watching on social media. Fascism is pounding our pavements and our political parties. Our freedom to speak, to grieve, to scream, to breathe is being surveilled, curtailed. We are engulfed politically, structurally, socially, ecologically, somatically. We know the weather, as Christina would say, anti-Blackness as total climate. As artists, it is our responsibility to speak the world as we see it, as we know it, to feel and to encourage others to feel, to not turn away. I have been willing myself to watch and witness everything, and in so doing, I admit I have found myself on many occasions in the studio, at home, alone and in communion, losing faith, and it frightens me. But my love for art making is deep, so I return again and again to In the Wake and wake work and what it means to defend the dead. What does it look like, entail, and mean to attend to, care for, comfort, and defend those already dead, those dying, and those living lives consigned to the possibility of an always imminent death, life lived in the presence of death, to live this imminence and immanence as and in the wake. What happens when we proceed as if we know this anti-Blackness to be the ground on which we stand, the ground from which we too attempt to speak? For instance, an I or a we who know, an I or a we who care. And me, I am reminded by Christina that it means work, It is work, hard, emotional, physical, and intellectual work that demands vigilant attendance to the needs of the dying, to ease their way, and also to the needs of the living. And so, as artists, we go to work. What Christina does in her work is provide for us a framework of care, a through route of guidance by which to live and create within this wake. We have to care for ourselves and our loved ones and our peers and the thoughts and ideas that exist between us. Christina invites us, implores us to grapple with what it means to care, what it requires of us, and what it enacts within us individually and collectively. She wills us to see ourselves fully, even as we find ourselves in spaces that choose not to fully see us. She vows that we understand the mechanisms in place when Black subjectivity is co-opted, coerced, commodified, and consumed by the perverse chokehold of capitalism. She says, tell our stories, but tell them in ways that don't do any more harm. She says, look, please, see. She asks, what is that look in your eyes? And what am I being called to by and with your look at me and mine at you? I return again and again to Christina's tender encounter with the image of the young Haitian girl taken in the aftermath of the earthquake with ship attached to her forehead. In 2021, I spent 6 weeks drawing images of Black liberation onto a Black painted horizon in the central atrium of the Contemporary Art Center in New Orleans, punctuating this immersive work with a soundscape of 50 Black voices, including Christina's, telling me what freedom is. Within this drawing, I drew the little girl from Christina's book, wanting to give her a safer place to lay her head. Drawing her became a physical act of seeing, as Christina had done, and feeling who this young girl was and how she was and is, in fact, all of us. She is me and I am her. I did not anticipate the strength of emotions I would feel when I drew this girl, when I drew her eyes, questioning what I was being called to by their look, or how much rage, shame, guilt, and anguish coursed through me as I rendered the marks that became the sticker on her forehead, or how the curl of the letters would pierce me as I wrote the word ship. As Christina says, I was not drawn to this young girl's image to enact more violence. If I could help it, I did not want to resubject her in those ways. I hope in the act of drawing that I gently held her heavy head, and in the formulation of the whole that I surrounded her vulnerable body with a healing, holding love. Christina reminds us that we need to know what an ecosystem of care looks like. As an artist, I have to care for the people I make stories about, who I make stories for. I need to care for those stories, and that means I need to care how those stories are housed. And I need to demand that they are housed with the care I require. And when the care that I require is not met, I need to fight harder, or I need to get up from the table that is not showing me love. We all need to reckon with what we are willing to lose in order to live livable, lovable, loving lives. Christina's words and wake work offered to me a methodology of refusal and also a demand to deeply consider what it means to navigate the rendering of Black subjectivity, to draw us, our ancestors, and all future us's with the love, the tenderness, the honesty, the protection, and the strength that we all possess and that we all require. So thank you, Christina, for your work, for your encouragement, and for pushing us all so deeply in our own work. Thank you for believing in me and in my writing as well as my art. Thank you for renewing my faith, for inviting me to join you in imagining and existing in new, beautiful, boundless worlds, and for reminding us always that we all are very, very lucky indeed.
My God, Phoebe Boswell, my God. If you release an audiobook, let us all know. I will be the first to buy it because wow, I had went through your website obviously before and looked at the work, but it is something different to see you hear and narrate it. So I just want to thank you, 'cause I know that takes labor and emotional labor as well. But thank you for the journey, for being the guide to your work. That was very, very beautiful.
Thank
Um,
you for inviting me.
of course, of course. Christina insisted that you be here, so I thank you for that. So we're going to move on to the roundtable. The next roundtable is titled "Where Are My Notes?" That's not the title, but that's just me. Anyway, the next roundtable is titled "Fleshy Freedoms: Abolition, Memory, and Making Otherworlds." And before I introduce the panelists, I'm going to read another section of this piece that I told you all in the beginning that Christina has inspired, which also the name of this symposium comes from it. Quotes, "We are standing in the wake. We are standing, sitting, living, loving, thinking, reeling, communing, joining, and grieving in the wake. In the wake of the murder of Tyree Nichols, in the wake of the memory of George Floyd, in the wake of the theft of Amir Locke, in the wake of the mid-Vogue stabbing and murder of O'Shea Sibley, in the wake of the almost murder of 17-year-old Ralph Yarl, and the echo of pleas, of his pleas, of help me, and the sight of his running and falling and flailing after being shot in the head through a door by an 84-year-old white man for knocking on the wrong door when attempting to pick up his younger brother from a playdate. Breathe. We are standing in the wake of a long string of murders and injustices that pierce my mind, beginning with Trayvon Martin and Jordan Davis, and Sandra Bland and Breonna Taylor, and Renisha McBride and Philando Castile, and Sonia Massey, and countless Black, queer, and trans people, and missing and murdered Black girls and women, and, 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 on the land that once held our ancestors captive, like Belinda, held only a few miles away from here, thinking about Tufts, thinking about Boston, at what is now called the Royale House, on the largest plantation in New England. We are all standing, no matter where we are, on a land watered by the blood of the enslaved and the indigenous, who dared to defend their way of life and their right to live. We live in the wake and as the remnants of stolen land and stolen bodies, stolen dreams and stolen people, stolen children and stolen future, and stolen history is made criminal, illegal, illegible to our lawmakers and our very own memories. We are reminded that Black history is a history of carrying the hope of freedom, even in our darkest days, even in our bloodiest days, even and especially through our stolen days, stolen rights, almost stolen, always deferred, yet consistently reclaimed dreams. Our history is one of struggle, one of loss, one of carrying on anyhow, any way, any time, any place, one of beautiful, beautiful resilience. In the face of hopeless violence and loss, it is one of unspeakable love and untold genius. Black people, Black history, Black being is a love song, the song the canary and the caged bird sing, that once announced cannot be forgotten, once spoken cannot be unheard, but once present is often always already criminalized, marked as in and outside of law, inside insofar as we are always already reachable by the laws of disciplinary harm, but also somehow beyond the grasp of the protective shield of fundamental and statutory rights. Our bodies are all too often branded with the racialized hieroglyphics of inherited, imputed, exclusion. disallowing the presumption of innocence and instead being transmutated and misread as bodies of evidence, forcibly testifying to our own branded criminality, surely deserving of the day's version of the whip and the noose. And now we are here. So again, the title of this roundtable is Fleshy Freedoms, Abolition, Memory, and Making Other Worlds. So I'm gonna take the big homie, Uncle Rinaldo's suggestion here and just do, names and titles. And if folks want to give themselves a further introduction, I stand for it. So we begin with the one and only Professor Rinaldo Walcott, who is a department chair, of course, and professor at the where are you at? University of Buffalo now? Yes, thank God. Shout out to that. They received their PhD from the University of Toronto. Next, we have Alan rather. Peleas, and I always say your last name wrong, so please shout out and correct me, who is assistant professor of Chicano Studies and has a lovely new book out. I think it is called When Language Breaks Open. We will put that in the chat. Reading that book shook me to my core, both because of the format and the method of it, but also the language, the inability to kind of look at that table of contents and just go where I want to go, right? I'm not in the driver's seat, I'm not in control, and there's a type of vulnerability that comes with reading the ways in which you've put that book together. So thank you for that. We also have Amber Rose, who you've already met. We have Professor Beverly Bain. Please give yourself a more thorough introduction when you are ready to speak. We have my lovely fiance and partner, DEI expert Eric Joe Johnson, and also DEI expert Kelly Saul. So with that, I'm going to bring you all to the stage here, but please feel free to jump in where you fit in and speak how you want to speak. You can begin whenever you feel. I'm just pulling in some more people. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, babe, where you at?
Okay. Can you see me now?
Give me 1 second. No, I can't see you. Where you at?
I think you probably have to move the
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and now I need
frame.
Kelly and Rinaldo.
My name is Eric Joe Johnson. I am Black queer. I am a fiance of Dr. Bay Wilson. And I'm from Augusta, Georgia. I'm currently in New Orleans. I also just want to shout out everyone right now in this moment. We're living through global crises, personal crises. So sending you love, affirming rage in this moment. Also shout out to some of my loves, Dr. Glover. Also Kelly, I see you. And that's all I'll say about me for right now. I'm a human of the world.
Also, babe, feel free to give your opening thoughts. We'll start with opening thoughts. Did you have that?
Okay.
Okay, I'll go. Oh, go ahead.
So opening thoughts, okay. All right, so freedom lies in truth. To make other worlds requires us to acknowledge that we live in the wake. The metaphor of the wake, not as abstraction, but as ontological reconfiguration, leveraged by Sharpe, is greatly potent. Sharpe realizes the wake into Black bodies, which are depicted into non-being, which is transcribed into word and idea, rearranging the Black body anagrammatically to truly take up what Sharpe coins as wake work. Sharpe provides us with a theoretical framework to examine the excess of study, which is to say, as Sharpe refracts from Hartman, it's really about trying to look at historical and social process in one's own formation as a window onto social and historical processes as an example of them, as stated by Zakiyyah Hartman. I first read this book over 2 years ago, and then I didn't know how affective and consequential it would be for me, not only in this moment of life, but in my reflection of my personal and professional life in the ticks of time up until this very moment and beyond. as I sit here in the wake of my late grandmother, who has passed on from this part of her journey to the next, in the cycle of residence time, as Christina Sharpe notes, I meditate on this analytic Sharpe poses to think the wake as a problem of and for thought, to think care in the wake as a problem for thinking of and for Black being, non-being in this world. Yet I specifically am focused on her call to defend the dead or tend to the Black dead and the dying in its concern of freedom. So I pose this question to all of us. Where, when, who are you, or were you, when you feel or felt most alive? Was that freeing? My grandmother taught me to love boldly and to introspect quietly, and often, even in a place like where I'm from, Augusta, Georgia, which is a slow suburban town, as you can imagine, because regardless of where we live while being Black, life is so loud all the time. Because as my grandmother would say, it's always something. My grandmother taught me to sit with the ugly and the grotesque because it's always something. So I drown out the noise to listen to what love tells me. Love for Black people has always been what has driven me in my professional journey. It is freeing. I wanted to initially be a first responder, so I taught music. Then I thought about intervening on a systems level, so I went into policy. After I soon realized that law is the language of the gun and the gun butt, the foot and the fist, the knife and the throwing overboard, as Sharpe notes. Thus, I landed in the institutional work of DI, knowing that it is, of course, not any type of resolve, but a means in which I can intervene, disrupt, and defend the dead, until the dead are required to defend me. And this idea stems from Victor Ray's theory of racialized organizations, that organizations have racial schemas or default assumptions acting as situationally applicable templates for social action. So the question is always how I disrupt and what is freedom in that. This is all to say that the weather is anti-Black, it is inescapable. But I know I can be a good umbrella and put a good umbrella to use. I meditate on what it means to defend the dead, to quiet the noise because it's always something. All thought is Black thought. So how do we free ourselves through ourselves?
Thank you for that, my love. I know you were going to go next, Rinaldo, but I want to slide in Julian. Julian is actually just passing through at a funeral right now. And so I wanted to give them a moment to kind of speak their thoughts before they have to go on with their familial duties.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. Free to land, y'all. Black August Resistance. I'll start with my prepared remarks, but I just am thinking about someone who's relatively new to Sister Christina's work, but also reflecting on this being Black August and the ways in which we have so many freedom fighters who I feel like are among the dead that are worth defending, but also just so many of our folks who are still inside, who are relegated to dying inside. And so I wanted to just start off with that. And so I greet you all on the heels of attending a wake and funeral service this morning in anticipation of the birthday celebration of one of my elders and mentors, Baba Akinyele Umoja. And so I just have three thoughts I want to offer briefly. As an abolitionist, I can't help but think of the ways and note the ways in which the endurance of slavery, enslaving-like practices require us to contend with capital, with the capitalists, and with the corporation, and how the preservation of the last depends on so much of the perpetually present. Perpetually present and pending state and extra-legal non-state violence that keeps Black people in the wake. If we're abandoning the police, what use will that do if the corporation as we know it continues to exist? As I reflected on the life of my best friend's mother, whose funeral I just attended, think about the passage where Christina imagines a meeting with our ancestors who were in the hold in those ships who had no clue what was going to happen? What would they say to those among us who are working at the contemporary versions of the banks, the insurance companies, the law firms, and potentially the universities that help facilitate or benefited from their enslavement? How does our ancestors' memories force us to really reckon with what it means to be their wildest dreams and to be insurgents in these institutions dedicated to replicating our oppression? Finally, my legal work and scholarship focuses a lot on reclaiming and refashioning the ancestral practices rooted in solidarity and cooperative economics, the susu, the shared farming tools, the commons. And Sharpe's work challenges me to start from that very real point of Black death as a prerequisite of this empire, particularly as a new African committed to the self-determination of all Black people. And think through how, as a Pan-Africanist and internationalist lens, must be part of my organizing and theorizing, as well as my doing. And so I yield. I look forward to being a part of maybe a little bit more of this conversation, and thank Anansi as being one of the very, very, very few people who could have gotten me to do this under these circumstances. So I appreciate y'all. I yield.
Thank you, love. I hope that you're taking good care of yourself. And we will link up when I'm back in Atlanta next weekend. So take good care of yourself. Rinaldo, I know that you were prepared to go on ahead and talk your stuff.
Cool. First, let me thank you, Tia Nancy, for bringing us together and doing the work and the labor and the bothering, because we don't reply to emails and stuff to get us together to honor my dear friend and comrade work. Let me say it. I guess before I read a little bit of this thing that I've written, let me say that I hope it doesn't seem to be overstating to say that, since about 2014, I found myself writing in conversation alongside of, with the support of and in conspiracy with Christina. And so I'm going to read from this essay that is coming out in a book edited by Anani Roy and Veronica Zablotsky. The essay is called Freedom's Revenge or Towards Liberation, and Christina will know that the part that I'm not going to read is the long take up and exegesis of Raoul Peck, Exterminate All the Brutes, but I'm just going to read from the conclusion. So you'll hear things like previously, and it's referring back to that series, Exterminate All the Brutes. If we are to approach something that we might imagine as freedom, we will have to risk saying what that something is. Increasingly, for me, that something rests in refusing the post-Enlightenment categories that Euro-American modernism has bequeathed us. By this, I mean that even as the historical weight of those categories shape how we experience the world, we also know that there's something beyond them, in fact, something beyond them that is in relation to them and even partially produced by them, but also exceeds them. And it's this sober reality of the hybrid nature of our experience that demands new forms of invention of sociality. These new inventions of sociality will take as their foundational structure and refusal, the historical brutality of our encounters, fashion new modes of being together, and thus to invent a new beingness. The earlier insistence that anti-colonial practices are in service of a decolonial present and the decolonized world, which is to restate a world without the practice of domination, points towards the freedom that is to come, but only if we can break the brutal and seductive hold that Euro-American humanism has locked us into. Indeed, Peck is not able to do so in Exterminate All the Brutes. There is an appeal being continually made to a humanism that can never contain the Black monster of its own creation. And Peck's film falls prey to this appeal. Even now, our best articulators of the problem, we remain incapable of risking to articulate what its demise might be. Our imaginations are so profoundly corrupted by European humanism as the only game in town that we imagine ourselves as life forms after it and before it continually eludes our intellectual pursuits. I want to insist that our contemporary intellectual tasks are to break out of the repression syndrome and risk invention. And to risk invention will require something more from all of us. Hazel Carby, in a generous review of Exterminate, writes that Peck's film resurfaces the links of solidarity and cooperation of Indigenous and Black refusals of Euro-American colonial violence. And indeed, the film dramatizes such refusal and community making and the violence it is greeted with. Carby further demonstrates how the film's aesthetics produces this relation, writing, and I quote from her, "The camera zooms in slowly on a headshot of Osceola, a male warrior of the Seminole Nation, played in a film by a woman. We are told her story reaches deep into the history of the continent. The portrait is undercut with 2 brief glimpses of the future, in which Osceola is shot and scalped while fighting alongside her Black allies. Osceola's face dissolves into that of Peck's mother, Grizel, as a young woman in Haiti, an intertwining of resemblance and difference that tells a global story of the greed and destruction of European imperialism and a particular story of Black and Indigenous solidarity." End quote. Kirby's excellent reading of the scene is one attuned to the film's limits as a counter-cinema and counter-imaginary work. Indeed, the film does demonstrate these solidarities. That is one of the important elements of its intervention. However, the final shot of the film is a long, persistent, and steady shot of an empty and eerie Auschwitz. It is my argument that Peck's cinematic decision undermines the otherwise strength of the documentary series because of an inability to break with Euro-American humanism as the central dynamic through which to arrive at an account of the historical past and an account towards freedom. What Peck achieves with Exterminate is the representation of the accumulated injuries, displacements, violences, and other modes of Euro-American global expansion, colonizations, imperialism, and extermination without recourse to providing an accountant that might do something more. Am I asking for something more? Yes. If the Shoah, popularly known as the Holocaust, is the singular nadir of the accumulated violence of post-Columbus expansion, then we can adequately make sense of the ongoing violences of that expansion, and most importantly, the thought and ideas that continue to underpin such violence. For example, we can then adequately think the settler colonial ethnic cleansing of Palestinians by the Israeli state now, which gives us another register to address the unfolding violence of late modern life. Of course, Exterminate does not approach this question of what is to be understood in the aftermath of the Shoah. How a state established and instead morphs into one of tremendous violence that mimics that from which it too arose. Locked in the logic of a Euro-American humanism that does not produce a counter-imaginary, Peck's film ends with a powerful and moving image that recalls the violence of the Shoah, and thus Peck's film does not approach the possibility of arriving towards freedom. The conclusion of Peck's film actually highlights the dangers of entering the category of man and how entering such through the nation state reproduces not just the echo of violence, but the foundational violence of European expansion. The abolition of man and nation state therefore lies essential to the proposition of arriving at freedom. What does it mean to work towards something like freedom? To work towards freedom is for me to understand and apprehend the past and present violences as constituting within the domain of Euro-American humanism that prohibits others from benefiting from it while making it the standard of what living and achieving a life might be. It is this skilled ideological prohibition of achieving a life for some of us that profoundly demonstrates the violence of Euro-American humanism and its ongoing accumulations of who might live and who might die. It is thinking beyond this paradigm that allows us to begin to fashion something like freedom, freedom beyond humanism. The short film, Without a Whisper, Konan Kwe, is an interesting counterpoint to Exterminate. This documentary is what I call a straight doc. Talking heads, follows its principal personality doing their work, with expert commentary. That is, there is not much that is innovative for what the filmmaker does with form. It is a documentary that describes itself as, quote, the hidden history of the profound influence Indigenous women has on the beginning of the women's rights movement in the United States, end quote. And it follows Louise Hearn as she reclaims this history and importantly extends it into the present and dare we say future. And it is the recognition that the film is future oriented, that while its documentary mold is utterly within the cinematic norm, the film nonetheless, not only because of the profound commitment and charisma of Hearn, breaks open the possibility of another way of being and living in the world. The film works as a counter-imaginary that exceeds the cinematic frame. It is the thought of the film that makes it a future present. In fact, in watching the film, one encounters what Francois Vergès calls a decolonial feminist, quote, a decolonial feminism whose objective is the destruction of racism, capitalism, and imperialism, end quote. The stakes is not merely rhetorical in documentary, but as Hearn moves around and engages others, viewers pay witness to a living and emotional researching of a mode of life prior to and beyond Euro-American humanism. It is the noticing and experiencing of Hearn as living something in excess of the beyond Euro-American humanism that one sees the potential for another account of freedom, not dissimilar from what Hearn's ancestors would have known and lived, and analogous to the earlier claim made about Equiano in the larger essay. Of course, history has intervened, as Stuart Hall has taught us so well. We must now carve out and invent a freedom that is unshackled from Euro-American humanism, a freedom that emerges from the encounters of European expansion and one that exceeds its ideological formations. To do so means we will have to encounter each other within and against the world-orienting forces of Euro-American humanism. It is a task worth pursuing. The late Caribbean novelist, essayist, and activist George Lammett understood the task as one of invention. Writing of the Caribbean region, but I think his idea is bigger than the region, he theorizes what decolonization might be. He states, and I quote, "And that is the most urgent task and the greatest intellectual challenge, how to control the burden of this history and incorporate it into our collective sense of the future." Thank you.
Thank you for that. I forgot to introduce my soul sister, Julian and Camilla Glover, without whom I probably would have not made it through this PhD program. So shout out to my sister who is a professor at VCU. Would you like to go next, my love?
Sure, very happy. Thank you to Anansi for the invitation. I am not usually nervous, but I see I'm not the only one in the room. I think it's because we all know the person means so much. So I'm going to be brief, and I do not mean that in the same way that the preacher says they're not going to be before you long, and then they go on 3 hours. I will actually be brief here. So, Ida, Zora, Audrey, Tony, Dion, Hortense, Idea, and Christina. These are some of the luminaries, some of the alchemists, some of the conjurers, who I have much love, respect, and appreciation for, who have shown me, particularly with regard to Christina, how to live in the wake, understanding the wake as processes of developing consciousness, as a position of deep hurt and deep knowledge that we Blackened people, to borrow from the amazing Zakiyyah Jackson, might know, understand, and practice and share the boundless visions, possibilities, and experiences of Black life in the wake. I'm particularly thankful for Sharpe's attention to quotidian Blackness, to the Black everyday, as Anansi has also said several times here too. And in focusing on the quotidian, the Black quotidian, the Black everyday, reminds us that through Sharpe really reminds us that safety is an illusion and that strategies, tactics, and tools of assimilation, right, are doomed to fail. And therefore, we must find other ways to live and to breathe and to have our life more abundantly. And I know we're talking much about In the Wake, and I would be remiss if I did not also mention, alongside working with In the Wake, how, and I come back to it all the time. Most recently, I came back to it upon hearing of the disappearance of a dear friend of mine, that is Taylor Casey, Black trans woman in Chicago who went to Bahamas to a yoga retreat and disappeared. And also thinking so much about when the woman who raised me passed away not long ago. I went back to, and I couldn't sleep before her funeral. And I was able to find some peace by revisiting the amazing essay that Professor Sharpe authored called Beauty is a Method, where she says, it was a shock to encounter them again, the way that beauty shocks, but more, what is beauty made of? Attentiveness, whenever possible, to a kind of aesthetic that escaped violence whenever possible, even if it is only the perfect arrangement of pens. Beauty is a method. Reading into the windowsill, running after the police, a list on the slip of paper in a book, the arrangement of pens in cloth, the ability to make firewood out of newspaper. This attentiveness to a Black aesthetic made me, moved me from the windowsill to the world. Well, just as Professor Sharpe, you said that your attentiveness to this Black aesthetic moved you from the windowsill to the world. Your attentiveness to Black life, Black aesthetic, moved me from the shadows of self-doubt, disconnection, dispossession, to the sun. And to quote some of my favorite musical artists, thank you, Professor Sharpe, for bringing the sunshine. Despite the hail, the winds, the typhoons, the snow, the rain, thank you for showing us how to honor, defend, and celebrate the dead, the dying, the disappeared, and those of us in between. Thank you.
My God. Thank you, Julian. I just want to also underscore, the fact that both Eric Joe and Julian noted, right, recently departed caretakers, grandmothers, right, that have done this work. And I also want to have us think about our grandmothers, right? In many ways, as living archives of memory, of a particular type of wake work that may be healing, that may be harmful, may be both, depending on the time of day. So I want us to sit with that, because we are also them. We are also a type of living archive. And I think it's important to think about the ways in which we interact with the world as reflections or other iterations of those that have reared us or come before us and imparted memories, imprinted memories, maybe that are not even our own, onto our souls, onto our flesh, onto our being. So let me not speak too much, but Alon, come on, jump up in this room. And also, your hair is fabulous. We love to see it.
Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon for those in the East Coast. My name is Alan. It's a privilege to bear witness to all of you today. And I will begin with a brief remark. At the Adelanto Detention Center, also known as the High Desert Detention Center, E and I hold each other sweaty, shaking hands. We look through the number catalog booking and select random kin to visit. One by one, we are allowed to meet new kin. Most are Black. This does not surprise us. We know what it means to be Black and migrant and full of imagination in this empire. E and I attempt to share our migration stories with each kin, each relative that we meet. We struggle to communicate in Portuguese and Haitian Creole. When we encounter kin who speak English or Spanish, we ask for consent to receive their stories and to hold their hands. We do not ask why they migrated. Instead, we ask if they've contacted their families, if it is something that we can do for them. We jot down names, Facebook pages, and anything that might help locate them. Then we ask about the future, what they'll do once they are liberated from detention, what it is they need to go back to their countries and live gloriously. All E and I can offer is our communal Black aliveness. And so we sit there in our silent aliveness, in our fugitive stillness. The guards tell us visitation hours are over. And so we return the next day to rehearse the practice of being alive with our kin. At that moment, E and I have no language for what we are feeling. How the detention center replaces the plantation, how the visitations are opening portals, threads to the fascist democratic republic. Months later, I am assigned in the wake in a graduate seminar, and I gather language. The detention center as the whole, the quietness as part of the wake, and what E and I are feeling and doing is not a refusal of anagrammatical Blackness, but a commitment to be mobile, to finally move outside Black illegality into the textures of a Black migrant imagination within the anagrammatical. I draft an email to Dr. Sharpe and never send it. Tell myself that one day I'll get to tell this to her in person. And so I'm here today to tell you thank you for offering us language, especially in organizing spaces. Oftentimes there is a rupture within Black migrant justice movements where we don't feel the solidarity across other differently Black folk in the States. So thank you for that. And before I finish, I will read two very short pieces. One that is inspired by In the Wake, and it's titled A Daily Prayer, Surviving the Wake. God wears glow-in-the-dark acrylic nails, and her favorite color is obsidian black. She's lactose intolerant and just tired of femme exploitation. God buys gold tube earrings at Dollar Tree and ain't afraid to wear eyelash extensions for 2 weeks straight, even if the package reads one time use only. God says hi to everyone the moment she boards public transit, and after she's seated, she speaks loudly into her phone while munching on some Takis. God carries a plastic bag with quarters, pennies, and her passport because she knows most of her followers ain't shit and removal proceedings are always already a possibility. God orders $1 fries, $1 cheeseburgers, and $1 drinks at fast food restaurants because a girl needs to live. God checks her eyebrows on her phone every 2 hours and licks her index finger to realign each hair particle before meeting up with the girls. God walks into Metro PCS every 3 days for water damage services because she's too often weeping onto her Android the deaths and disappearances of Black and Indigenous girls. God has hired a personal hairstylist because she don't know no more how to be simultaneously ready for a funeral, a court hearing, a birthday celebration, an anniversary dinner in the club, all in the same day. God has a Twitter account with 36 followers and it's aight because she follows 794,000 folk and they all Black femmes, and the 36 that follow her hold her so that she can hold the rest of the world. Thank you, Professor Sharpe.
Wow, 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 wow. Thank you, Elan. That was beautiful. And I put in the chat that we have a long history. This is the sister that introduced me to the term undocuqueer and really brought in my mind to what is going on, right, with the Black people also in the diaspora, but also that don't have citizenship. Like, what does that look like? What does that mean? And also, how are we implicated? Right. How have we remembered to forget those existences, which are part and parcel, right, of even the African American experience, this lack of citizenship. And what does it mean now that we use this as a cleavage of separation when in fact it's the birthplace of our identity? So thank you for your long work, Alon. And again, as I said in the chat, for being a truth teller across languages. That's a skill set that most of us cannot bear, and not just the skill, right, but also the labor of saying these things again and again and again across linguistic barriers. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for your work. And it is a blessing, as always, to be in your presence. Who would like to jump in next?
Anansi, this is Kelly. I'd like to jump in if that's okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Great, wonderful, thank you. With gratitude, it is extremely satisfying to be with you and engage in conversation offering among this esteemed group. Thank you for allowing me to be here. I am a practitioner. My academic teachings are grounded in sociology and in Black studies, and they inform how I consider the world as it is presented to me, thinking of that presentation as a type of shackling, if you will. And it is also considered in light of my own lived experience, which heavily relies upon memory, and my own contemplations about the future, an otherworldly imagining. At this intersection, I don't think of them as disciplines per se, but more of a catalyst for thinking beyond the discipline, which brings me to a form of freedom in my practice. In this way, there is a complementary energy that I think exists, that I recognize in Dr. Sharpe's work, especially in the Wake, where she shares this, I quote, theorizing Wake work requires a turn away from existing disciplinary solutions to Blackness's ongoing objection that extend the dysgraphia of the Wake. My practice includes trauma-informed considerations and applications, which considers the physical and how our brains protect, process, and perpetuate our own lived experiences. It considers the mental and how biases influence our lived experiences. And it considers the embodiment and how systems inflict upon our lived experiences. I recognize that inclusion work that I do could not be done without the consideration of trauma. Sociology influenced me to ask question upon question upon question, efforts to inform yet recoil. I am described as an inclusion specialist, but even in that moniker, in that practice, I ask myself and other questions about this effort toward inclusion, toward a reimagining of the future and the making of other worlds. Who is doing the including? Who wants to be included? What does that look like? Does it serve the included and the includee? And how are the unincluded considered to be included? This brings forward the recognition of historical erasure, inclusion beyond mere representation, and collective responsibility. So this is where I begin. But I do a lot of work within systems that were created to protect that which exists in opposition to inclusion. It elicits a constant consideration of who gets to define. Do we really want what is then defined? Is it holistic? If we look at the structures and the frameworks that exist in our society, they have never really been built within the, with consideration of the people within the diaspora, within the existence of the Wake and the Wake work. So I'm constantly reimagining it as I do my inclusion work. The existing frameworks don't embody inclusion beyond representation. So what if we were to transform the existing structures? In my practice, we would need to question who the structure served, who is left out, what can be unlearned and relearned, and to ensure everybody imagines new framework and structures that consider everyone so that all can exist and fully and authentically without the, dare I say, existence or conforming to dominant norms, norms that exist outside of a power structure. Can we even imagine that? I am reminded of the words from In the Wake, that which is from the womb, the birth, the emerging existence of being begins the erasure of the enslaved and those existing in the wake. Dr. Sharpe's work calls attention to the legacies that slavery has birthed that shape our lives and the erasure that has always been. Reading her book provided a force forward and a piercing that made me think about the inclusion work that I do as an unerasure. To do this well, to really do inclusion and the unerasing work, I think about the collective responsibility that is necessary and that has always existed in truly communal societies. And we know that we are not in a communal society. So how do we reimagine our systems so that the exclusionary forces that have been at work and help define those systems no longer are in effect? How do we actively counteract their exclusionary effect? How do we embed an inclusionary effect? How do we unmarginalize the marginalized? Activate a knowing, process an experience that ding, ding, ding alerts us to an exclusion and triggers an inclusive way forward. How do we imagine that? It will take a collective because these structures and frameworks have been at play a long time and they exist everywhere, everywhere. So the collective responsibility will be the example of the inclusion that we are developing. As Dr. Sharpe describes the wake work as an ethical commitment to understanding the injustices that have been imposed, society has to reckon with that history and its ongoing implications. We will do that which has never been done. A quote I carry with me from the book is this one. In the wake, the past that is not past reappears, always to rupture the present. This necessitates the making of the wake, the necessity of wake work, the necessity of vigilance. This vigilance is not the responsibility of the individual alone, but of the collective. A responsibility to and for the ruptures and the emergences that come to bear on all our lives. This is where my trauma-informed inclusion work lives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kelly, for bringing, a practitioner's perspective to this work, because it's obviously not just about theory, but it's about how does the work live in the world? What do we do with it? And also, how does it change once it touches new hands, new souls, new minds, new experiences, both with trauma and with being? So thank you for that. Beverly, I know you wanted to jump in next. Go on ahead now. You got to come off mute, sweetie.
Sorry. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. Thank you for all of the comments, the conversations that we have heard so far. It's a pleasure to be here, specifically, particularly in celebration of Christina Sharpe's amazing works. I want to thank Christina for her gifts of generosity, care, and beauty. I've come to appreciate beauty in ways I had not done before the times I've spent in Christina's company. The attentiveness to the sunset, to flowers, to a rainbow, and more. Now, I look for these things and they bring me joy. I am not known for being joyful, especially in these times when so much is at stake. So this gift of experiencing the joy of beauty that surrounds us in the midst of genocide, carnage, and ongoing anti-Black violence is deeply meaningful. Christina is rigorous in her writings, as we have seen with her incredible texts in the wake on Blackness and Being. A text that gave language to what I felt and saw and knew, but could not name. Stuck on the few words available that held us in the hold, of the climate that's ongoing, where we experience this quotidian anti-Black violence daily. These words, or these very limited way of speaking and understanding our experience, has held us in that hold. And Christina, in both the wake and ordinary notes, has given us language to speak through to that hold. She's careful not to produce the anti-Black violence as she deliberately uncovers the quotidian features of that anti-Black violence. She does not want us turning away from the violence. She wants us to move through it with an awareness, a knowing. She wants us to be prepared, not surprised by the quotidian violence, but as she says in Ordinary Notes 217, to be prepared, always knowing, always aware. Ordinary Notes is an invitation to all of us to join with her on this journey of seeing, feeling, thinking through, creating, and imagining. The numerous writers and scholars she invited to share in this text, such as Rinaldo Walcott, Dion Brand, Zakiyyah Hartman, and more, tells us that this project is about creating new worlds and livable futures together. Her text, and again, I'm speaking to Ordinary Notes, because in this moment, I think Ordinary Notes is pointing us towards, thinking through and of new worlds and doing that collectively in this very moment. And for me, it's an urgent call to do this. And I see in this moment an urgency for us to do that. It's an open invitation to join that circle. So Anansi, I thank you for bringing us together in this critical moment when we are witnessing an ongoing Israeli genocide of Palestinians, a Black and South Asian woman running for president who's part of an administration that supports this genocide. Some of us as Black people acted surprised, and Christina warns us about this culture of surprise in her notes on 217, Cultures of Surprise. She warns us about this note of surprise. Based on some of us Black people acted surprised when she shut down the protesters. A few days ago, others rushed to support her based on Black womanness. Christina in note 217 tells us about this process of remembering and forgetting. Sometimes we choose to forget to preserve our livability, but in these moments, we need to be prepared, knowing and aware. Ordinary Notes for me is a kind of routier that reminds me of the one Brand gave us in Map to the Door of No Return, a kind of conceptual schema Brand called it in her piece on forgetting. So we don't forget the violence that continues in the present, but at the same time, it does not bound us to that past, nor to its continuation in the present. Ordinary Notes are a kind of calling to Black people to see differently through the lenses of beauty and care, and to do this together, like we are doing here today, that may give rise to new ways of seeing and speaking new worlds of care into existence. Thank you, Christina, for your friendship, your love, your kindness, your generosity, and most important, your work. Thank you. And thank you to all of you for all of the, all of your comments and all of your insightful presentations.
Thank you, Beverly. That was beautiful. And it's so good to actually see your face and hear your voice and not just be corresponding back and forth through my bad service and text messages. So very nice.
And me harassing you.
Yeah.
Even as you try to get to your grandma's funeral.
not her funeral, thank God, her
Sorry.
birthday
Oh
party.
God, sorry, my
Oh,
apologies. Your grandma's birthday. I am so
listen,
sorry.
hallelujah, slippage of the tongue, God
So glad she's alive.
Listen, it's a freedom song. We get in there. Willa Mae is yet alive and kicking.
Thank you.
No, seriously, but thank you. I want to go ahead and turn to Amber Rose, if she would like to give some words here. I know you gave words earlier, but I know you're on this panel, and then open it up for further discussion.
I think I actually want to yield my time for folks to get into conversation because we didn't get to do very much of that for the roundtable. I will just offer briefly that what I am thinking about, and maybe I'll is it going to be too much for me to share my audio?
I mean, you grown, do what you want to do. Can't nobody run you.
But like you would think with all this time, Zoom after Zoom, y'all.
If you ask me how to do it, I can't help you, baby.
Okay. It's fine. But I have audio and I thought that I was going to share it, but it's fine. But I've been doing audio recordings. Some folks know that I am a strength coach. I'm a kettlebell coach. And I have been doing a series of training sessions for Black people and specifically for Black women. And this last set was done in Philadelphia, really inspired by Christina's question in the wake where she asks of aspiration, what does it take to keep breath in the Black body?
Yeah.
And I just want to read. You can also play through your phone. Okay, you know what? We're just going to take a moment because someone's going to help me. Come on, y'all. Because it's the new Zoom setup. Like, why?
Go to share. Go to share. Click on share at the bottom.
Please guide me.
Well,
Amber Rose,
however
why
you
is this
see
not right?
participants chat, react, share. Click on share. And
Okay.
then it says share sound
Yes.
options.
Amber
Okay.
Rose, don't you feel like a freshman again when Christina comes through? And you feel like, "Come on, we
Just
can
like-
make it."
Okay.
I was gonna
I
say
know I
this is
have
how
mine
I
use Zoom, so I hope it works.
Yes.
I was gonna say this is how I feel when people are watching me parallel park.
On the practice, and now y'all are here. Okay. Just very briefly. So this is a recording. I mic'd 3 Black women as they were doing kettlebell training with me. And just reflecting on this question of aspiration. So this is just to quote from Christina alongside this audio. It is to breath that I want to turn now. To the necessity of breath. To breathing space. To the breathtaking space in which we live. And the ways we respond with wonder and admiration. You are still alive. Like hydrogen, like oxygen. And I'll just yield the rest of the time for us to have conversation.
My goodness. Thank you. If there's one thing that Amber Rose is going to do, it is to make you feel, and to be connected and reminded that thought resides in the body first. So thank you, my dear sibling. So again, as Amber said, we're going to get into conversation. And I've heard a lot in this roundtable so far. And again, I want this to be open and iterative and popcorny. But I've heard a lot though about memory. I've heard a lot about other worlds. What are the possibilities for us living otherwise? Zakiyyah might remind us to do, or implore us to do rather. So, I want to open up the floor for folks to give any comments or reactions to what has been said before. But I'm also, really vibing with this kind of theme. You don't have to go there with me about this notion of both memory, what has happened. I almost went to Kamala's craziness about being unburdened and what what has been. Now it's marked into my brain. But on a serious note, right, about both the memory and the possibilities, and the impossibilities, right? For tomorrow, for next year, for the next century. Because we also know that sometimes, most times, in our times, freedom is not on our timeline. Emancipation, as Rinaldo and Christina and Zakiyyah remind us, is not only long, but incomplete. And now what do you do? How do you live in the wake and the reality and the ongoingness of unemancipation, right? How do you love here? How do you live here? How do you die here? How do you plowshare another reality for the children that are already here and the children that come next? The children that are not yet dying or dead. Now what? How do you make place and make way even for their burial? So I open up the floor to all of our lovely roundtable participants.
I can go third.
Come on, third.
This is like class where everybody gets quiet.
I mean, you taught me how to.
Okay, maybe I can say something, because it's kind of like nagging at me a little bit, which is this kind of question of the making of Otherworlds. It seems to me that our intellectual task is to make another world right alongside the one that is withering. And of course, we can see that world being made in a series of microwaves in various communities. But at the same time, and this very much is in some response to some of the commentary after the first panel. At the same time, we have to understand that empire is not an island unto itself. And I'm really very much provoked by Professor Farley's commentary, because I understand the pragmatism of his argument. But one might argue that in the collapse of empire, the peripheries are also not prepared. And one of the things that we've seen most powerfully happen in this moment of Israeli genocide in Palestine is the prohibition on what it means to have honest conversations about violence, and what kinds of violence we have to be prepared to enter in, so that something like freedom might be glimpsed, might be possible. So what we have seen is, by people like Adam Schatz and others, we have seen them take our most useful post-colonial thinkers and interlocutors and denuded them of the righteous violence that those who are oppressed can offer back to a system that offers them nothing back but violence. But we have been prohibited from having that conversation. And part of the reason we've been prohibited from having that conversation is because we remain trapped within the logic of Euro-American humanism, which wants to tell us that their violence is a violence of a building of a particular kind of civilizational practice and pedagogy, and that our violence can only be barbaric and anti-civilization of a particular kind. So it is true that for many of us living in the global wealthy wealthy West. We are not prepared for the violence, the kinds of violence that will characterize the full-on fascism of a Trump presidency. But the peripheries have been living that violence, and they've been living it every single day in the most spectacular ways, not only the live stream genocide, but in ways that even with the tremendous amount of police violence that we experience in this part of the world, is not comparable. And so if we're going to be serious about the work that we need to do on this side, we have to begin to address how we live in political systems where none of the candidates, whether we're talking about Canada, the US, the UK, France, none of the candidates that are thrown up to be leaders are actually adequate. And so people get caught in this interesting bind of imagining that they are sorting out the difference between candidates that are not adequate in any way, shape, or form, and therefore end up never addressing the fundamental problem, which is the fundamental problem, which is the problem of the political system. Because once we do that, we know that we're going to have to think about the nature of violence in political movement and struggle in ways that are both scary and deeply profound. And so, I mean, that's part of what's at stake for those of us who really, like, I've been totally silent on the Kamala Harris thing, because it's like, what kind of choice is that people have been offered? That's a choice that's no choice. That's a choice that asks you to pretend that things are happening that things that are happening are not happening, and that she's not part and parcel of it, right? But the empire is not an island. It is not an island. And the peripheries will be as subjected to more intense forms of violence, whether it's Trump and what he wreaks at home, or whether things continue as they are. So it seems to me that USCians have a real significant set of choices to make, which is about how to transform the deeper political system of which they're a part. And that this kind of contest suspends that necessary and urgent conversation.
No, thank you for that, Rinaldo. I'm really, really just sitting with this, and I'm also sitting with the work of TJ, who's going to speak after this panel, and also Hunter Shackelford, who wanted to be here but was unable to be here for personal reasons when they kind of think about this notion of death work, right? What does it mean then that at our very best, that what we're actually doing is mediating, right, and monitoring and midwifing a particular type of preferred death for us all. And so that's something that I think is really, really kind of like hard for us to sit with. And I'm also thinking about, your question of violence. And I return to Toni Morrison's unspeakable things unspoken. When the whole Gaza genocide started to unfold on October 8th, really the night of October 7th, I went through a lot of crazy shit. We don't get into that. But what I was thinking about when people were asking me to condemn all these things that were happening, I thought of Nat Turner. And I said, who am I to condemn anything? If I'm honest, if I'm truthful about my own ancestral history, about the fact that Nat Turner and people before him and after him were running around with sickles, right? Beheading slave owners, enslaved owners of the enslaved, rather, children, women, all types of folks. And what does that mean? I don't know, because I don't exist in that space, in that world. But I also know that violence is something that we tend to only tar and feather people with when it's violence outside of the licensed violence of the state. Right? We don't think about tax policies as policy violence, economic violence, extraction. And I think that Rinaldo was talked about before in other works, extraction of life. What is the state but the CEO of violence? And what is the president but the face of it? So I think it is important, right, that even as we condemn or don't condemn particular types of violence for us to understand that violence merely means a violation of a particular person or being's livelihood. And it can be either positive or it can be negative. It can be gratuitous, it can be necessary. And what do we do with that? Particularly when violence is the only means by which Black people can be or survive. And that very violence is the underwriting of our criminality that positions us as closer and closer and closer to death, and necessarily socially and corporeally dead. But again, I open up the floor to others.
So I want to return to this idea that Rinaldo speaking about in terms of the fundamental problem of our political system. And I am just anticipative that ideas are consummate and omnipotent phenomena, and which also brings me to the thought of the episteme that Sylvia Wynter brings up around the human, right, and how we've determined the human as supreme, right, and not just the human as supreme, but who gets to be human, right? Who gets to be human in this world? And so with that, I think the precursor to this issue of the political system and us living in the wake, right, of anti-Blackness, slavery, is this episteme, and how we also in order to create another world, we have to think about the world differently. We have to arrive at a new way of even imagining and thinking and focusing on the possibility, right? So if the impossibility is Blackness, if Blackness is synonymous with terror, gratuitous violence, because of the state, due to the constitution of the state, then we must move past the state. We have to think beyond the state, or as Christina Sharpe talks about, in excess of study, right? In many ways, when we think about the state, we're talking about, right, a lot of times our governmental systems, we're talking about legislation, policies, but we also don't a lot of times think about what Christina cites, for instance, disciplines, right? Even in academia, how we go about things, how we legitimize ways of being that solidify, reproduce non-Black being. And so in order, again, to even move to another way of being, in order to bring us into being, we have to think through ways of understanding, ways of ascertaining our living and being that is divested from the state, divested from our political system. And I think that intervention has to happen. I think the ways in which we can do that intervention, the ways in which we can facilitate that ways of thinking is through the institution. So I cited the work by Victor Ray earlier, because it's definitely an interesting theoretical framework in that it's arguing about how, the focus of race study, race scholarship is typically on this sociological level, or this, global or macro level, or if you think about psychology, on an individual level, right, on that micro level. But there's a lot of ways in which we don't really focus upon the mezzo level, right, or the ways in which we can leverage the institution, and how that institution also reproduces race making and being. Those are my initial thoughts. That was definitely, they were inchoate, so my thoughts are everywhere, but those are just my initial thoughts.
Thank you, love. Anyone else want to jump in?
I really appreciate, Eric Joe, what you've just said. I think that there's a way when you focus on the kind of in-between levels, and there's a way that perhaps the practices that Black folk over the globe who understand this and still seek to live a life by our own design, our own choosing, even as we live under the kind of auspices of, white supremacy, anti-Blackness in this kind of way, I think it offers a lot. So, one of the things in my own writing, I'm writing a book about freedom practices amongst Black folk, and one of the chapters is about non-monogamy. And one of the things that really stood out to me when talking with interlocutors who represent most of the 50 states, Canada, and the UK, that non-monogamy is just as much about the strategic resource redistribution as it is a pursuit of multiple filial, romantic, and sexual kind of intimacy. And I think that's something that, really has a particular power or particular potential, if you will, on an interpersonal level, disrupting the kind of anti-Black state through a kind of reconstitution of what do relationships among Black folk look like? What can we put into practice that that allows us to live and make meaning of our own lives, knowing that we live in a state of constant duress and in annihilation?
I just want to add to pick up, thank you. Thanks so much to all of the comments. I want to pick up on, what was said, some of what Rinaldo was saying. I mean, I don't want to save anything. Like, I do not want to save the institutions. I do not want to save the electoral process. I do not want to invest in it. I mean, one of the things that even Christina tells us in her ordinary notes is that the juridical, the legal, the socio-political, economic systems, that which, we constantly, that causes us all these surprises, that when we think that we actually are getting something, what we realize is that what happens is that we are actually experiencing way more harm. Right? And we cannot assume that if we happen to access something as Black people in one realm, that it isn't harming others in other realms. Because this is the nature of the system as it's structured as a white ethno-nationalist, white supremacist, colonialist, capitalist structure, right? It is invested in reproducing whiteness and reproducing harm for those of us who lay outside of that. So I do not want to save this. I do not think that the electoral process can ever be fixed or repaired. I don't think anyone that takes up a position as president or prime minister of Canada, where I happen to be living, or anywhere in the world, can in any way shift the ground for us. Whatever we get is going to be temporary. But the pain that it's going to cause as time goes on is going to maximize. What more is that we are going to be forced to be blind to what else is happening elsewhere in the world, as we are seeing. Right? We talked about Palestine, but look at what's happening in the Congo. Look what's happening in Sudan. Look what's happening in Haiti. We don't see this. We are not shaped to see these things. We are focused just within our realm. And this is the way in which the structure and the system and empire works. And I think we have to tear it down. I don't think we need to work with this anymore. I think we have to think through imagining and figuring out what kind of worlds we need. Institutions cannot protect us. The law, we have to move beyond what we understand as the law and legal ramifications, because what we are witnessing is how this law is turned against us every day, how it is used to foster more and more violence in our name half the time, right? So I think we need to think about, how we move through this and how we start to think about ways to live with care. I want to tear down this, but I also want to do it with care. I want to do it thinking what the impact is for others, right? I want to do that, but I also want to do it with a way that we also take others along with us, those who, of course, who are, you know, who are wanting to be taken along, right? In this process. So, I mean, these are some of the things I've been thinking, right? And these are some of this is my sort of my focus in terms of how we move through this current conditions that we are. And as I say, I don't think electoral process, this is not a democracy. Let's forget this. This is what we call a democracy is really, a totalitarian regime that we're living under right now, everywhere. So I'll stop here.
I just want to make
if I could say something really briefly, picking up from where Beth left off. I mean, I increasingly refer to, the global West as what I call democratic dictatorships. They're democratic dictatorships, and they fundamentally have to have people buy into the fiction of the electoral process as a way of keeping those democratic dictatorships going. And most people buy into that by the vote every 4 years or 5 years, depending on which democratic dictatorship you live in. But I think as intellectuals and activists, we are faced with a deeper epistemological and existential set of questions. If in one historical moment, the answers that people like Césaire and Fanon and Cabral and Nkrumah gave us for their particular historical moment made sense and continue to make some sense to us. One of the things that we often don't do is ask ourselves, what are the questions we need to be asking of our particular moment? We seem to think that our particular moment is simply a linear, progressive development from, let's say, the post-World War II period into what we have now. And I would argue that it has some connection, but it is not a linear progressive moment, which means that we need to be asking a different set of questions about the conjuncture that we are in this time. And because we fundamentally failed to ask those questions, we find ourselves kind of stuck in a certain kind of feedback loop. So I would argue that so many of us who are intellectuals are really terrified to think outside the frames of Euro-American humanism, because we think that it's either going to seem hokey, it's either going to seem hokey, or it's going to seem too utopian, or it's going to seem as kind of some kind of primordial throwback to a past that never really was, and so on. And so what that has done is, Frank Mercedes and others, the interruption of our imaginations has been so deeply profound on the late neoliberal capitalism that we continually fail to think about ways in which we might mobilize to transform the conditions under which we're living, right? And because we seem incapable of doing that, we have simply found ourselves boxed into certain kinds of ceilings. And these ceilings then become forms of representational identity politics of the worst kind, because I don't think identity politics is always bad, that are offered up as the beginning and end of the story. And so, the kind of question is not whether or not, Pamela is a Black woman and a woman of color, and she's a lesser evil than Donald Trump. The problem is that they're both captured and have us captured by the same set of imperatives, the same set of conditions. The kind of question is, which conditions, particularly for Black people and queer people and people with disabilities, will bring death faster, right? And so our task as intellectuals is to think beyond that. What are the questions that we need to be asking that breaks us out of this Euro-American humanism that is stifling all of us, including the white folk, but they just can't say it, right? And Black intellectual life has always been able to think beyond the confines of Euro-Americanism. That's how we've survived. We now need to animate that and put that into a much more broader and sustained language and dialogue and conversation and debate, as opposed to the contest between, you know, liberal forms of white supremacy and this slower, fast that modus operandi. I went on too long. I apologize.
So can I pick up on I want to pick up on some things that Beverly said, and I've just been turning over and over again some things that John said too. So on the John piece of it, the way that John talked about the turning towards activities that will make you sick, knowing they will make you sick. And thinking about what Beverly was talking about in terms of access, that the cost of access is harm. And what Rinaldo is saying right now in terms of, you know, what is the particular challenge, or what might be our particular roles inside of the different institutions that we're in. And I think one of there's so much to say. I mean, one, I think a lot of us know that if we can do work on Blackness that would cause us as writers and readers less harm. And we do this particular kind of work knowing that we are harming ourselves while we're doing this work. And so I just want to underscore that. I don't know if the things I'm going to say are going to add up to anything. There's just some things I want to just underscore. So there's a way that you can do the work, that you can turn away from forms of self-harm. And there's ways, and self-harm is not the right word. And there's ways that you can do the work knowing what it'll cost. So I think that's something to really meditate on. Two, I also think that, you know, one of the things that I continue to live with is doing research on the ways that becoming an academic, gaining more and more degrees actually causes reproductive harm. It actually is more dramatically, it's more, the disparities are more dramatic with the acquisition of degrees. And so this cost of access on one end, harm on the other is great, and it is fundamental at the register of life itself. And then I would say that this question about, from the place of what it means to be in institutions, for those of us who are in academic institutions, there's the question of, well, if we are being targeted at the level of a population, right? You know, it's not Zakiyyah or John is being targeted. If we're being targeted at the level of a population, then this way of working through individualism and competition has to go. And so what might that look like, being ensconced in institutions that constantly hail us and reward us for not acting and thinking collectively. And so I'm just going to say that.
No, thank you for that. I'm also
I just want to jump in and say 100,000% yes.
I just want to very quickly note that, again, I said this in the chat, but Christina has to leave us in like 52 minutes. So I need y'all that have not spoken yet or wanted to give a follow-up on the round table to be quick, because I also want to give
I would very much like to speak.
Yes, so give me 1 second, beloved. And after y'all finish, we're gonna have words of expression from TJ. We're gonna open it up to the rest of the audience to give their own words of affirmation to Christina. So please, 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 please be quick and succinct. Or if you have more things to say, get in the queue with the rest of the audience when we get into that open format, because of course there are more of us here than just those on the round tables. And I thank you all for your brilliance. But I know Alon, you have not had the chance to give a follow-up, babe. I know you want to say something else. Amber, I know you haven't given a follow-up either. So I want to just urge us to be quick, but also allow us to be deep and intentional.
All right, I gotta work out my stuff on my screen and everything.
So we're gonna come back to you when we get to the audience affirmations. I'm just gonna wrap up this roundtable.
I'm sorry, I'm so disorganized.
Me too. It's life. But Alon, babe, Amber Rose, any more thoughts?
I'll be quick, thank you. I want to pick up on this idea of the imagination and how the law takes our imagination away from us. One of the questions that we can pose is, what was the first moment where we saw the law intervene in how we can imagine? In 2018 or 2019, I taught in the Wake alongside an article where the Carnes Detention Center in Texas illegalized the use of crayons because ICE argued that toddlers were essentially using the crayons to destroy government property, so it became illegal to have crayons, right? So that's a material way where we see the law go into this detention center that only holds mothers and children and removes the crayons so that these children and these mothers can no longer imagine. And I think when we think about being in the wake and transgression, sometimes it doesn't have to be, this huge act. It can be like, oh, we need to make sure that everybody knows that crayons are illegal in this detention center. And then once we do that, we can actually gather people toward an abolitionist framework. We have to find these entry points and really lean on them, and also understand our own limits in the imagination and ask others to help us imagine more. And by others, I particularly mean like trans and disabled folks. I think Christina Sharpe's work is going to be at one point canonical in trans studies and in disability studies. It already is for me because of how it opens up to imagining otherwise.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And we're moving to Bay, but I just want to also note and underscore with Alon's piece is that we have to remember that the law itself, right, is merely the living will of the foundational white supremacist, rapist, enslaving, misogynist, genocidal, xenophobic maniacs that we call the founding fathers, right? So everything that we do that's according to law and order in the United States or precedent in the United States is according and controlled by that living will. So when we think about working in accordance with law, we're always already working in accordance with white supremacy and anti-Blackness. Babe, go ahead, and then Amber Rose.
Well, Amber should go first because I spoke.
I'm using my time.
Okay. Briefly, the only thing I had to say was just going back to the idea of the mezzo and this idea of the state, imagination, terror, and expounding upon an idea from Babe. You know, in reality, we have to think about the presidential seat as, you know, who's holding the gun. And right, and that framing being the reality of the circumstance, which then goes back to what Zakiyyah was saying, simply put, which is, you know, individualism has to go. And so while we can, you know, pontificate on high theory and have these conversations around, you know, what's a more moral route to move forward legislatively or politically in terms of this system, socio-political system in which we are in, do you know your neighbor? Do you know, right, like, you know, if who is your mom voting for, right? Who are your friends voting for? What are your friends thinking about, right? are we building community with the people around us? How are we speaking to those people, right? So going back to that pragmatic and marrying that to, right, this sort of these theoretical conversations in which we're having. That's all, very short.
Well, thank you so much, my love. With that, we are going to move on to TJ is going to give some words of expression. TJ Willis, we met online on Twitter, and TJ quickly became one of my favorite people in the world. They came over to my house and blessed us with their brilliance and beauty and fabulous nature. And again, as I talked before, we've talked a lot about the notion of death work and also care work and how those things are oftentimes one and the same. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to TJ. And after TJ, we're going to open up to the audience and we'll start with our good sister. I will Chantal after TJ finishes and we'll open up to everyone else and then we'll end with some words by Christina. So TJ, if you will, take it away, ma'am.
Period. Hi, beloveds. My name is TJ. I use they, them pronouns, Black, trans, disabled, super fat person, period. I'm gonna try to be as quick as possible in what I've been called to do. Hallelujah. I put down the project of religion a long time ago, but there's just some things in me, some indoctrination in me that just won't go. So I'm gonna sing a little bit, read, and just say just really quick thoughts. But yeah, somebody prayed for me, had me on their minds, and took the time to pray for me. I'm so glad they prayed. I'm so glad they prayed for me. Yeah. This piece I'm about to read is something that I wrote inspired by Trayvon Martin's murder. And I contended with the question that Christina also puts in their book of what might happen if we spoke to some of our ancestors. And so that's what I'm about to read. I made this years ago. I know I'm in the presence of high poets, okay? So charge it to my head and not my heart. Hallelujah. I have butterflies the size of bluebirds in my belly, all out of formation, chaotically aiming for my esophagus. I can feel my stomach putting any gymnast to shame. I can't get her beauty and resilience out of my mind. It must have been sunny, or her eyes were too puffy. Because my mama has a pair of those sunglasses too. It must be a Black woman thing, a mama thing, to sit in the center of the world, peel the flesh off your body and still find a place to hide. I know that we're connected in more ways than being from the womb of a Black woman, but what stronger way than that? Oh, honey. I've been thinking about you, and every time I do, I get weak in more ways than one. I find it hard to stand sometimes, to breathe, humble the bluebirds. I know this might sound like a cliche love story, but this is grief. And for some of us, that's the same thing. I imagine if God allows me to die from natural causes like old age or sickle cell or some shit like, I don't know, being born Black in a country, anything normal to die from other than the cop's bullet and the sweat from his brow, that you and Trayvon and Sandra and Freddie and Eric and Oscar and Tamir and Ayanna and Yvette and Emmett and every and to the first body that was thrown into the Atlantic will stand on the other side of the gate with God, and he will tell me to count, to say their name, and I won't know everybody. They will recount every time I chose silence, every time I stayed in bed instead of marching, every day I lived and didn't fight for their unjustified deaths, for every fire I didn't start in their names, for every building and institution built off their backs that I shopped at or checked my reflection in. They will say thank you, and I'm sorry. But heaven ain't a place for people who didn't spend their life fighting, and I will cry and turn to God and say there were things they told me about you, and I believed them. And there were things I found out about my power, and I didn't believe it. And I am sorry too. And we all sorry for not being the name on the right side of a hashtag, on the hanging end of the rope. All this time, I've been praying for peace when all I needed was rage. I should have prayed for rage. And someone will say from way in the back, didn't we give you that too? So that's the piece I wrote years ago. A lot of my work is centered around connection, but a lot about death, because I think that living is not an accessible project for me. And I find that if I can identify humanness as a white supremacist project, then I must turn away from that. And so that leaves me with death. And so what's the project of death? And I also think about, I don't want to misquote Christina Sharpe in note 23, when they say spectacle is not repair. And I think that's so much about how we theorize around things, or how people learn, or the institution in academia has led so many people to bear witness, but that is not repair. And I think it has allowed many people to distance themselves from their personal, the personal ways that they oppress other people. And I hope, and what I feel called to say is that we are all thinking very diligently about the ways we oppress people, because we also are cops. We also participate in the anti-Black project. And I think while, yes, talking about the state and talking about ethics, talking about Kamala and voting, when we know that it doesn't matter how many people vote, the Electoral College is who decides the presidency, because we are in a dictatorship, as folks have said, that we think about who we love and why we love them. Because that has given me more freedom, meaning like literal access to housing, to and I say the housing because I am currently homeless, but it gives us access to a better quality of life. When the brilliant folks like this in the room look at their communities and say, oh, desire is also really thriving, the project of desire, white supremacist desire and desirability, the way that we center beauty. All of these participate in the murdering of Black folks on a far regular basis than I think some of the other ways we are able to look at violence. There's acceptable violence. And that is the most gratuitous to me. The fact that people will look at folks like me and never want to date people like me, never want to hire people like me, don't want to house people like me because of what I look like. And I'm talking about intercommunally. Because if all we have is each other, because I hear that phrase a lot in movement work, all we have is each other. But some of y'all don't have people who look like me in your community, but we exist. And so I hope that the work of Christina, the work of Zakiyyah Hartman, the work of Frank, all encourages us to look at the ways in which we are also white supremacists, and that we truly challenge how we navigate the world, that maybe we put living down and maybe have more life. Was that not the project of Jesus, to die and so we can have life and have it more abundantly? But, I'm not saying that from a religious standpoint, but from my ancestors believing in this word, believing in the conditioning that they received, that actually I think that our ancestors were giving words that could also set them free, in multiple holy texts, and Christina Sharpe's work also being a divine holy text as well. I know we're short on time, so I'm just going to shut up, but thank y'all so much for your time and energy and your brilliance. And I'm so happy that you live long enough that we can share this room together, because I know living is hard. Also, tomorrow is my birthday, so shout out to any of the Leos in the room, okay, Per? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, TJ. That was such a blessing. I mean, you always bless us. And please, please, please put your contact information in the chat, also Cash App and things, because TJ does this work. This is not a game. They organize, they speak, they do interventions, they do restorative justice work. So please hire them. And also drop my good sibling a birthday coin. Hello? Drop that Cash App in there. But with that, we're gonna move on to our opening of the space to those in the audience, and I titled this something that I do not recall, but it was New Ripples. Yes, words of affirmation. So I really want to give this time right now in the moment for folks that are in the audience to come up. And Chantal, I know you, hopefully I'm saying your name right, you'll be first, but if others want to speak after them, please do. This is a moment for folks to just give their own affirmations and thoughts and words of gratitude, to Dr. Sharpe. So go ahead, Chantal.
Okay, great. Firstly, I would like to say apologies. I'm not prepared to be very formal today at all. I'm just prepared to be myself. And I would just like to say, I would just like to give the reason why I'm here. The reason I'm here is because Christina is a very important person to me, one of the most important people in my life. And she's important to me because we randomly became internet friends over a decade ago. And then I randomly found out she was one of the most important Black intellectuals in the world and read everything she wrote. And then basically she was my secret online friend forever and is the only person who thinks I'm worth anything in the world. And so, like, academics don't really think I'm worth much, and getting around this is kind of uncomfortable for me because I don't have a PhD in any of that other stuff. And literary people don't think I'm worth that much either because they just think I'm kind of trash on the margins. And that's kind of my reality. But, like, the reason I showed up in this space is because Christina's a really important person to me, and I wanted to support her, and that's the whole reason why I came out. And I'm also putting my mutual aid need up here because I don't have anything for myself right now.
How do I pronounce your name, beloved?
Chantal.
Chantal. All right, so Chantal has put their mutual aid request in the chat. Please look into that. Please drop some coins. I will be doing so. And thank you again, Chantal,
And
for your...
buy Chantal's novel,
Yes,
None
and
But
buy
the
her.
Righteous. I have put up the links. And
Yes.
it's Kirkus starred review.
Okay. People, buy the book, drop some coins, get into the work, cite the work, share the work here, Twitter, everywhere. Chantal, thank you so much. It's also a blessing, not to be necessarily be the one recipients of affirmations, but to also bear witness to it, right? I think we're blessed in the presence of blessing others. And so you remarking on Christina's blessing to you is a blessing to us all and a reminder of the importance of doing this work, and also the reminder and affirmation to you that sometimes the Academy doesn't value, most of the time the Academy does not value the most important of work. And if the markets don't fuck with you, you must be doing something to fuck with the market. So thank you for your work, and I really look forward to reading it.
The market is trying to kill me. The market wants me to die. The market does not want me to exist. The market believes I should be dead. I don't even want to talk about the market.
I feel you. I feel you. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Would anyone else like to jump up and give some words of affirmation or thoughts of thanks or other reflections?
Like to speak. My name is Santoya Fields, and I actually started following you, Anansi, on Twitter. It was amazing to be able to watch this go from something that was going to happen at Mitchell Hamlin, and then I followed everything that happened to you. Maxine Shaw, by the way. I don't have like any social media. I just follow academics that I love. But a year ago, I got back in contact with my mother, who I was estranged from for quite some time. And I also started doing my master's at NYU. And I had no idea, full circle moment, how much in the wake would apply to my life during this time. My mother, unfortunately, she did pass away 1 month ago today. But the year that we spent together while she was battling cancer, we did so much healing. And in the wake, literally carried me through this journey. And I had no idea because when I returned to school, I was doing a lot of activism in the world of acting and theater. And I would often speak out and not only be invalidated by the people I was speaking up for, but also just by the industry. And I thought it was because I didn't have any qualifications. I wasn't, you know, an academic of sorts to speak to the type of things I was speaking to. And then when I returned to school, not only did I get introduced to the language, but my entire experience has been validated. And so I've been working on my thesis, which is now, since my mother's passing, has transitioned into grief and Black womanhood in particular, because I have found it very, very difficult. Especially I work in alternative to incarceration, and I'm applying to law schools. And having lost my mother a month ago, I'm fighting for the ADA accommodation to work remotely because they don't recognize grief and sort of how my life has transformed, you know, in the month that my mother has passed. They don't recognize it in me. And it leads me to having the language, it leads me to understand that my body is not recognized as the traditional person who needs assistance, or the traditional person who could be experiencing grief that could be debilitating. And so it's just really made me want to write about, I think, grief within the Black community and how we're constantly intertwined within it. And I know that Christina Sharpe's work is going to continue to be a foundation for that work, but I just wanted to be here today and to say thank you to all the academics on here whose work has carried me throughout this last year. I'm just so grateful to be here, and thank you all.
Thank you so much, Santoya. I also know, I mean, you said you're about to apply for law school, so please email me as you start this process if you have questions. If you're trying to get accommodations for the LSAT, let's talk about that too. Because most Black people do not, and that's how we get screwed, not because we don't know what we're doing, but because we don't believe we need accommodations. And then also, you know, the baseline for Blackness is that, right, we are the accommodation. So I think oftentimes we're unthought in that moment. But as you apply to law school, please reach out to me. Let's make sure you get to a place where you are not drowning in student debt, where you're at a law school that sustains you as best as possible, because the law is always already anti-Black, particularly anti-Black women. So please, let's be in conversation.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Other folks, come on up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say a few words. Brenda Lara, a PhD from UCLA's Chicanx and Central American Studies Department, currently working at UC Santa Cruz in the Literature Department. I want to say thank you so much, Christina Sharpe. I read your work in Shireen Razak's Gender Epistemologies class, and it completely changed my life as I wrote my dissertation. Your framework got me through it, both on an intellectual and personal level. My dissertation was on queer Latinx academics who have had untimely deaths. So I really these conversations of academia and the way they kill all of us was so prevalent. And I know the work of Black and trans queer folks, we have so much to thank in terms of Latinx studies, so much to build on. And particularly, there's the concept of the scraps of the archive that really come to mind when I think of your work. And there's this one particular quote where you say that we have to make sense of their silences, absences, and modes of disappearance. That has really haunted me. And I think about on a personal level, as I was writing my dissertation, just like you, Santoya, I lost a maternal figure during that time. And I was thinking about this concept of the novenario in Latinx culture, where it's a wake that lasts 9 days. And thinking about how that wake in terms, there's a lot of Catholic prayer because of the whole colonial aspect of it, but there's a lot of memory focusing and revealing of different lives and different perceptions of life that I think is so powerful, and is in itself a form of reiterating the wake and changing time. So I really want to say thank you for giving me the words to be able to express myself intellectually, and thank you everybody here. It really has been a privilege to see you all speak.
Thank you so much, Brenda, and I'm glad that you came up to share those beautiful words, in testimony, really, to the work of Christina and to the work that she continues to give us all in her being. Other folks, anyone else? Don't be shy, but I'm also not gonna pressure you.
Hi, I'm Ebony. I'll say something. I am feeling a little shy today, so I'll try to be brief. I'm Ebony, they, them, PhD student in gender studies at UCLA. Um, I, all right, let me gather my thoughts. I read In the Wake too. Let's see. I think it was a couple months after my grandmother who raised me passed away. And I've read it, I think I've read it about 7 times, and I just taught it this summer. And it continues to be a book that like I return to over and over again. So thank you for your words, Professor Sharpe, and thanks for all that you offer. And as I'm starting to write my dissertation, your chapter on the ship continues to be an anchor as I'm thinking about fatness in the middle passage. And yeah, I feel like words fell today, but just thank you so much for all that you are and all that you continue to offer and how generative your work continues to be, and just appreciating you always. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ebony, for sharing and also, challenging your own anxiety and coming up to this space to give those words. That's not easy work. So bless you, bless you, bless you for it, for modeling that for all of us. Does anyone else want to come up and offer some words? Look at these shy academics. It's the first time.
I actually want to add some words if I can. Because Ebony gave me some empowerment here. I'm also a very kind of anxious, shy person, but I don't know if I'll ever get a chance to be in the room with Christina Sharpe ever again, even if it's a virtual room. And also a lot of Georgia people. I'm from Georgia too. So this has been a great moment. I read In the Way back in 2020. I'm a PhD student at Penn State. And my copy looks like the Bible, basically. And I've read it over and over and over again. And I mean, the conversation about grandmothers and coming from the South and having to go up north and leave my roots where I've been established for so long, it came at the perfect time. Being stuck during the pandemic, feeling like I wasn't really, welcome to academia, especially not really having anyone else in academia. So I just wanted to be able to say these words to Dr. Sharpe and let you know that your work has become a crucial framework to my current dissertation. Hopefully I'm graduating next May, and just look out for it. And it's about the hold, and it's about the 19th century. So I just wanted to say I appreciate you and thank you so much for the work that you do. And just look forward to being in more spaces, hopefully. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much, Courtney. Also, Courtney, if you feel comfortable now, put some of your way to get in touch with your work in the chat, baby. I want to read some of that now. You sound like you're talking good.
Yeah, okay. I'm not really big on social media, but I'll put my stuff in the chat so people can know.
Go ahead. Anyone else? Please give your words. Julian, I want to tap.
Thank you.
And
Is
then
that
we'll come
okay?
to Dr. Mary Antoinette afterwards.
Okay. Thank you. I'd like to say my thanks to Christina and my appreciation, deep appreciation for orienting us and allowing us to think about our positionality. And I'm able to speak because Dr. Wilson earlier on said, shout out to the Africans. And part of that shout out to the Africans at once felt like part of being the and the et cetera, but also speak up. And so I want to introduce the idea of Wilobo, which is an Acholi concept, to think about it in relation to Christina Sharpe's In the Wake. And Wilobo is at once a recognition that we are on Earth, we are here, and life is challenging, and we have to fight through it. And so that comes right in company of Christina's orientation that we are in the wake. We know about it, we have to keep fighting, and we are here, and we love anyway. And Christina keeps me company in my poetry, in my teaching, in my scholarship. So thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And
And
can you
I've,
put
I've
this
also
up?
just put up Otonia's new book, which will be coming out in 2025, a novel called We the Kindling. And I'm also going to put in links to Otonia's poetry so that, and I'll put in a link to Otonia's website so that you should really know her work as well. And
Yes,
we'll put one more link in too.
I've saved the chat. So I don't quote me on the timeline, but hopefully by the end of next week, I will be able to send you all copies of all the links that were put in the chat. But leave me alone. Now, don't quote me. Next week's the Usher concert. I'm gonna be a little busy. But
I'm
also,
gonna put one more thing in the chat, and
yes,
that is,
please.
if you see in the chat, John Keane has sent some thank yous, and I'm gonna put one of the books I proselytize about, which is counter narratives, in the chat.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Also, Julian, if you could put also, and I know you're up next, Dr. Mary Antoinette, but if you could put the spelling of the word Willobo in there, because I would like to do further work on that and think about the etymology of the word. Please put that in the chat if you can. Go ahead, Dr. Mary Antoinette Smith.
Oh, thank you so much. So, I'm a professor at Seattle University, and I've been there 30 years, which is like a lifetime long career. And I'm a Victorianist, and I'm an 18th and 19th century Brit Lit specialist with an Afrocentric focus. And I've broken a lot of glass ceilings, but I've also had a lot of obstructions along the way. And even though my favorite era is the Victorian era, I ended up being domiciled in the 18th century because we've got the African writers, the Afro-British writers, but I never quite found my home place in Victorian studies, even though it's my primary love. But I've had a wonderful career. I'm not complaining about that. It's the fact that the Victorianists froze me out as a Black scholar.
Mm.
And then Christina's book came out in the wake, and I believe it's on page 13, but correct me if I'm wrong. She makes that wonderful statement about we must become undisciplined. That has been totally appropriated by Victorian studies. So we're trying to undiscipline a discipline that, I mean, I like the notion of it, even though it's kind of late for me in my career. But what bothers me is that I don't think any of them have even read the book. They just appropriated the term. And so I'm using it in my own research. I'm quoting you, Christina. I'm giving you firsthand credit. I name you, and proclaim you. And I just wanted to kind of give I just want to give a shout out thanks to you because I'm so angry about what's happened. I actually found my voice in Victorian studies. And I'm a late careerist. I'm moving towards 70 years old. I will be retiring soon, but I'm in a place where I actually have finally found my Victorian voice, and I'm mad enough to proclaim it. And you're serving as such a wonderful forerunner, spokesperson, advocate. I don't have all the words that I would want to bring to the forefront in my gratitudes, and also just I can't even explain how much it all means to me. And I wasn't going to say anything, but if I don't say it here, it actually might not get said. And I appreciate this community so much, but I also may end up saying it in print in an article that speaks to to what we've been talking about today and how it fits into what's going on in Victorian studies that disturbs me so much. Okay, I hope that made sense. And thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, Doctor, and congratulations on a career well spent. I cannot imagine making it in academia that long and also looking so fabulous. I don't know how your face is sitting like that. My
I
first.
think I'm a weapon, and black don't crack, but I think I'm a weapon. And my students, just anecdotally, my students call me the sledgehammer because they say you just look so young and innocent, and you just kind of mosey along like you don't really know what you know, and then all of a sudden you're like, bam. And so I'm going to use it for as long as I can, but I'm pretty exhausted at this point. But I know if we don't do it, it doesn't get done. And we're still paving the way. And so I'm more than willing to do it. And I'm thankful for just all the wisdom that's been imparted throughout these hours with you all today. And thank you so much for putting this together. And Christina, thank you again. I just the gratitudes are boundless.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so we have a few more minutes for other people. We have a hard stop in 15 minutes. I'm going to give some words and we'll give closing thoughts that Christina will give. But is there anyone else? Fadika, I see. Oh, my sister. Hey, girl, I didn't know you was in here. Good to see you, beloved.
Hi, I'm also feeling shy today. You'll excuse me, I'm in my house clothes, but some of the other people who spoke up through their shyness have emboldened me. And I just want to say thank you to you, Anansi, for this gathering, for bringing all of these amazing scholars together, for everybody's words, for the people who were on the panels, the round table, and then for the people who spoke up, right? And spoke from their personal truth and their personal experience to ground all our theory in our embodied realities as we navigate these streets, all right? And to Christina, Professor Sharpe, I just want to say my heartfelt thanks to you. I am always ever engaged, and I'm on a writing deadline today, and I am here because this inspires me in my writing. And I'm writing a memorial piece to a dear friend who passed 2 years ago, Omotayo Jola Osha, who wrote an incredible ethnography on You Can't Go to War Without Song on South African organizing movements. And I'm writing a forward to a piece that's being reprinted posthumously of theirs. And it's been an act of mourning that has taken my summer. And Christina, you have walked with me this summer while I did this work. And the work, the essay that's being reprinted is called The Enduring Urgency of Black Brass. And it's this fabulous, rich essay. And I'm writing, as I said, this forward. And my forward starts with note 177, breathing, a collective noun. A multitude of Black persons gathered, a breathing. And I just want to thank you for that, because you gathered me, because this person led Black artists, Black queer collective care circle for a year during the height of the pandemic, where we breathed together for a year, every weekend. And it's what kept me present and here. And sadly, we lost them, but I'm reflecting on what it means to be in and breathing, to be breathing in Blackness. And I'm bringing in some Ashan Crawley's amazing work in Black Pentecostal Breath, right? And some other scholars that we all know and love. But I just wanted to say thank you for giving me that pathway to my own grief, my mourning, and my celebration. And thank you to everybody today here for being so vulnerable to allow me to speak, because I've noticed how we are tearing with how to live, but we're also tearing with death and the dying, and how to engage with that as well, and pulling them, blurring those lines. So, and to think about the otherwise is to blur those lines, is to create an intersubjective space that spans realms, where I'm in conversation with Tayo, even though they're in another realm all the time. So thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, and good to see you, virtually again. Running out of time, we have 10 minutes left, so I'm gonna be very quick with this note, I think, as quick as I can. Um, and my own thanks to Professor Sharpe. Uh, I've said this many times. Professor Sharpe, was my professor in undergrad, also my major advisor, and it was the first time also that I ever had a Black person teach me anything, right, at a university or high school or any level. And being the first person in my family to graduate high school, it was such a shocking experience to walk into the classroom and see Professor Sharpe, right, bald-headed and all Black with red lipstick, short and speaking with an intentional cadence. Um, I mean, there is just so much I can say, and there's so many memories that I have, and I don't want to, go too far, but I will give maybe three examples. So one, I told you, this was the first time I had a Black professor, and that was something else, right? And a Black professor that is also speaking to us and thinking with us about what it means to be Black in the world now and then, and also the impossibility of thinking about it then, right? What does it mean to kind of dredge up these type of archival frameworks that are also in and of themselves stitched in a type of anti-Blackness, right? So we had one class, and I don't know if Christina remembers this, where we went down to the good old Royale House and we sat in the slave cabin, and everyone else went out. And there was just me and Christina left in there. And I realized that the door was locked and I was about to lose my damn mind. And Christina said, just sit, as she does in her voice. Think about what it means to be unable to leave. And it's that lesson in stillness that has carried me in all of my studies to begin to think about, like, even your compromised freedom in this moment is a type of inheritance, a type of gift, a type of something that those that were slaughtered before you left. It's a toolkit, it's a strategy. It's not perfect, may not even be something to celebrate, but it's there. I think a year later, when I was dealing with an aftermath of a really terrible sexual trespass, and Dr. Sharpe was there again, and I was in that moment, I was in the class, Memory for Forgetting, and we had this final project. I did not know what to do. I had a terrible writer's block, and I came up with this idea of, like, and they asked me, well, where do you see yourself in 10 years? Where would you want to be? Write about that. And I made this somehow photo collage of images and words of my own self, where I was really drunk at this frat party. That was the photo. But what went into the photo was all these moments of me becoming who I was in that moment. And I told her, like, in 10 years from now, and this was, I believe 2012, I was like, I really want to create a center that focuses on the ways in which law orders and disorders Black and Black queer living and dying. 10 years to the day, I started the Center for the Study of Black Life and the Law that is hosting, this conversation. Fast forward, right? I think 5 years, 6 years. I'm in law school, about to lose my damn mind. I text Christina. I'm like, girl, I'm about to drop out. This ain't it. These people, this is Howard Law. It's supposed to be the civil rights school, social justice, social engineering, and they ain't about shit. And I want to kill everybody. And Christina's like, calm down. I'm gonna send you a book. Just relax. So they send me Bread Out of Stone by Dion Brands. Um, and it not only sustains me, but it pushes me, because as she's, living in Grenada at that time, she wrote the book, to go to South Africa. And I studied abroad that summer, the first year my first year of law school. And I wrote my own book, similarly titled Godless Circumcisions, or Recollecting, Remembering a Blackness, Queerness, and Flows of Survivance. And through this process of law school, where I'm learning all these kind of Black letter law and what the law says on its face, because of Christina and because of our back channeling, I'm able to think about, as well as Imani Perry, and able to think about, like, right, what is a lie beneath the law? Like, your job is not to get lost in the chaos of anti-Black racism of the law, but to sit with and situate yourself and remind yourself of the ongoing lie and keep track of its moves, right? So I am deeply, deeply, deeply thankful to Christina, because without Christina, I never would have known that academia was not only possible for someone like me, both as a student, right, just to go into school and succeed, but to understand that my project, my being in that space as a subject is a subversive journey. My job is not to be liked. It's not to be well received. It's not to be celebrated or loved. It's to carry on that tradition of the carry on tradition. Do the work and tell the truth. As Maya Angelou might say, with passion, compassion, humor, and a little bit of style. So I thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, Christina. And I'm sorry that your award did not arrive in the mail on time. Apparently there's hurricanes in Florida where they published it, and it's in the mail and UPS, so you'll see it on Monday. But thank you, and we give the last word to you. Thank you for being here.
I got an email that something has arrived from UPS, but I'm here, so it might actually be here.
Okay, well, we made it.
So what can I say? I'm gonna be very brief, but I want to say to Anansi, thank you for your imagining and bringing living in the wake to fruition. Thank you to all of the participants for your words, for the participants, the audience, for your being and your staying here. It's a Saturday morning in August. I know you have other things to do that you could be doing, and I'm so grateful for your time and attention. What can I say to be in a virtual room again with Anansi, Amber Rose Johnson, Jameelah, John, former students of mine at Tufts who who made being at Tufts possible for all those years. I'm so grateful for your presence and your brilliance. Friends and colleagues from across time and space, writers whose work I deeply appreciate, Chantal James, John Keane. It's so lovely to see Fadike here, Anwar G, just a bunch of people who, Otonia, whose work I deeply appreciate. Anthony Farley, I mean, your work has been so important to me. Phoebe, Zakiyyah, Zakiyyah, I don't know how I just left you out of that list of people whose work I so deeply appreciate and whose work I think with. I'll say that we write books, we have ambitions for our books, and my ambitions for this book, which is in conversation with so many writers, thinkers, artists, activists, have been so far exceeded in every way. And I'm so grateful for the ways that you have attended to it, extended it, challenged it, thought with it, and argued with it. There's no greater gift. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I know you've been doing a lot, as you always are. I feel like I always see you in another city in the country, never the same city, but somewhere in North America. So thank you for your time. With that, everyone, I'm going to close out. Christina needs to rest. You need to rest. But thank you all for your time. This is recorded. I'm going to try to post it tomorrow.
So let me call out Beverly Bain as well. I just want to, I'm not finished really. It's like the class that won't end. But thank you. I just want to make sure I would love to call everybody by name. I'm just grateful. Go ahead now.
Yes. You see who's the boss around here, right? But no, as I was saying, I will post this either tonight or tomorrow. I'll send the link via the registration you all registered onto Eventbrite. And then sometime next week, I will send out a list of the links. It's just gonna be a list, baby. I'm not that organized, so y'all gonna get what you get. Click on the links. I'll try to say who posted it, but that's all I can do for the people. But thank you all so much for being here, and thank you for your time, and thank you for loving upon my love, my sister, my auntie, my mentor, my intellectual mama, and my entry to critical thought, Christina Sharpe. Y'all have a lovely Saturday, and get your rest in. Take good care now. And with that, goodbye, y'all. And thank you, TJ, for that good old gospel let out. We love to see it.